Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we would ordinarily be working, well, ordinarily is a long word to use, but we would be working on /core, my fighting game. But today, I'm kind of on a roll on Insignia work, so I'm just going to keep it on with the Insignia stuff. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now. Welcome. And a big thank you to most recent follower Garf Gaming and most recent subscriber Grey God. Thank you so much. Anybody who's watching on YouTube, lurking on YouTube in the VOD, welcome. Alrighty, so I kind of got on this little like refactor path that I'm just happy to just keep working on at the moment. So I hope you will. Oh, Dranben. There are a few link references. I'm not even sure which one you're mentioning. Yeah, I'm going to sort of show you what I've been working on a little bit. Mostly invisible refactors, actually. It's not like super obvious stuff. But how I do flag references in my game has changed. So mostly just like tracking all of the content in the game. I've been refactoring it and getting a little bit of help from VS Code. And then, yeah, my plan, I have this idea to incorporate project management tooling into the engine. We've sort of already started down this path, but I have this image in my head of a future state where this works really, really well. And I think it's worth chasing. So like you can see here, there's like an annotation, and the annotation has like an in-world, counterpart, or I can see some text that describes something that's going to happen. And I think for me, like I had a meeting, hey Benjamin, how's it going? Thank you so much. Yeah, I had a meeting yesterday where I was describing to someone who might be representing me to a publisher, what I need to feel comfortable before I can ramp up into production. And I found myself saying something along the lines of, a lot of the work that I have to do in order to create scope for other team members is stuff that, one sec, this one's this way. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that I have to do to create scope for team members is stuff that currently I have to do, but that I probably shouldn't be doing. And not because I'm not the key decision maker, but because it's just like the minimum bar for that thing being represented in the game is higher than it probably needs to be. And so what that looks like is, normally I would be adding this cutscene into the game that meets this definition. And then I would be able to say, okay, it plays in the game. Now we can scope out animation for it. But instead, if we just look at the game from the top down, it's kind of fine for me, at least, insofar as I need to scope out the story. It's fine for this to just be a black box that says, this happens. So there are different things that depend on different things. And either I build everything to some basic level and then get everyone to work on it, or I have a system like this where I'm kind of like able to track the status of different things and free up resources at different times. So what this looks like the end state of this exercise is to take something like this. You can see I've got this like workflow that I've set out where I have scenes, and then this is like the main flow of the game, of chapter 2. And those moments, you know, I've got at different statuses. But like that could be in the game. You know? Like that could be just, that could be generated by these annotations. So I want to explore that, because the idea of like a project manager being able to see the game holistically as a tree of to-dos, and to understand, oh, okay, we're green light on chapter 1, that's all done. Chapter 2 is like 70% orange, 30% green. Where are the places that we have to put energy in right now that are blocking other things? I think like, because I don't have a studio of live people who I sit and talk to, and because I have all of this info in my head that I'm trying to like disseminate out, I don't know a better way to do this. So yeah, it's kind of like either I spend like 6 months just laying everything down, the full game, and then wing it a little bit, or let other people put their creative stuff in there without me dictating it, or I dictate it at a very high level so that we all know what we're doing, and then on a, you know, case by case basis, I can allow more or less creativity by being less or more specific on how exactly something should do the thing that it needs to do. So I don't know, maybe I'm procrastinating, but maybe I'm not procrastinating, and maybe this is just like, I haven't had project management software. If someone wants to throw like $500,000 at me, I probably should have some project management tooling in the game, you know, because without it, you're, how do you know how done you are? So, and the Figma is not good. This is not good enough to work against long term. And we already agreed as a team that like what I have been using, the production doc, is kind of a, you know, it's kind of a halfway measure. Like this thing here, if the team could see this kind of information but in the engine against like in the context of where a character is going to go or a sound effect is going to be placed, I just think, and we would also have a way to export that to like Google Sheets or something, but if it's closer to the product, I think that means that there'll be less communication gaps. So this is me trying to invest a little bit of time into making it easier for everyone to stay in sync 3 or 4 months from now, if I start expanding the team size and we get the budget we need. And even for myself, like I've spent days showing up, looking at a part of the game and going, okay, now what was I trying to do here? What needed to happen here? And I have to sort of like refamiliarize myself instead of getting a bird's eye view. That's correct. I have been vibe coding this today. So I've been, the way this will work, I understand how it's going to work because I've been chatting with the GPT like all morning. So let me bring it up. This was called, God, what did I just close? Oh, this is this. Yeah. So I've been chatting all morning about what I want to do and what kinds of things I should be doing first with my, so I have this thing called Causality. You guys have all seen this. That helps me track like what happens in a specific scene and how that changes the game state. So a bigger scene would be like this one where there's a lot more happening. And you can track specific quest flags and say, okay, like this quest flag appears here, it gets checked by that, but it also gets set by that, or in this scene, a newer version of it, you know, it might get set by that, or in this case, you know, here it gets set. So maybe these two references are old or whatever. Or like this scale ability unlocked has 42 references, 42 places where I check to see if you've specifically done this quest flag. So I think that's because it might be in the fast travel menu, so it's referenced anywhere that there's any kind of teleporting. Or this one, the old man, this quest flag is checked so many times because lots of different parts of the game, it's kind of like a pivotal moment in the game. So like the game state progresses forward very incrementally, very clearly, based on if you've done this cutscene. So then I can go check, you know, where is that happening? But what we don't have, so that same system that's like creating a data structure that's above the game, but that knows about the game, it's the same thing for annotations that I want to impose. So it's like, I want to be able to walk through an area and say, oh, okay, this is like this is like this is doing what it's supposed to do, this is not doing what it's supposed to do. And that's okay for now. We'll come back to that later or whatever. So in this case, like I've got 2 of these. And right now they're just text. Armin does this. So like this one would be a cutscene. But this one is like a key part of the game flow. So it would be nice to categorize these things, first of all, assign them, provide some sort of like urgency, like this thing is game breaking or this thing is optional. I think once we're at that point and I can generate a table of all that stuff, I think we'll be in a good place. I sense that this is useful. And I know it is useful, but I sense that this is a practical way to do this. There are challenges because Unity's Unity, and it's unfortunately not as traversable as other kinds of environments. But I've already proved that I can do it with the Causality system. So it's really just about importing all the same logic, which again, vibe coding can help with. So we're going to read just where we were at so that I don't get confused, because I took a lunch break just before we started the stream. All right. So what's the last thing that I asked for? Let's address the dictionary internals being publicly mutable. What do you suggest? And the last thing I did was ask it what to do. So AI maxing. Current external direct access is concentrated, mostly reads as this is this. Yeah, so what this is about is what is allowed to change a reference to my causality system. Right now they're just public variables, so anything can change them. If you want, I can implement phase 1 and pass in one pass and keep API names clean so that call sites. Yep, let's do that. So this is GPT 5.3 codex. I don't know if I might prefer to use Claude Sonnet 4.6. What do you think for this kind of thing? We like Claude Sonnet, don't we? Everyone says it's good. I've got plenty of my plan left, so I've only used 28%. And it only has to last me a week anyway, because it resets next month. So let's have a look. What are you working on here? It's reading. That's fine. So I guess for me at least, the long-term plan is let's have a look. So a lot of this has already been done today. So change the data model, last indexed, last scene hash. We haven't done this. A few concrete areas, remove missing. This we fixed. Orphan cleanup and sync. Per scene index, global aggregate, on scene save open, on scene. Remove refs whose GUID no longer exists. I don't know if we need to do that. So actually, let's just go back. This is like done. This I'm not sure if we need to do it. Do you have any AI directly integrated into Unity? No. I mean, like, when you say into Unity, do you mean like the actual interface? No, this is just working on scripts right now. So I typically only use AI to work on editor related stuff. So what this is actually doing right now is this editor window, it's like tooling. These things here, I use the AI to help me manage my tooling. In this case, I built this myself, and now I'm getting it to review what I built. So it's kind of more just like making sure that I'm not just an idiot. It's just sanity testing stuff. So this wants me to draw meta ref inspector, get by value flag to list. Is get by value what we just added? Yeah, no. Try get by value, try get by meta. I mean, that's very probably over the top for what I like to do, but and then these become private, which I hope that doesn't. They are still serialized, so not being public makes it okay. I still want them to be inspectable, so I'm not sure that's a good idea. This is where I get a little bit itchy, because I don't love just like wholesale changing massive parts of my code. Because if I didn't write it, then I don't know how it works. So this is checking to see if it contains key, and then now it's instead we're doing get my target, where meta select many, get unique by game group object check. Let's get references for a reference. No, it's just get, wait, what? This is returns an I enumerable of meta refs from get references. Okay, there's all of the references. But this is doing unique by game object set and check, and that's not what this should be called then at that point. So this should be called something like get references to draw or something like that. See, already I don't think it's super trustworthy. What is G in this case? Unless I passed something in, but it sounds like we're not using a... What is G? Oh, it's just like G. Right. It's just the lambda. Unique by game object and set check. Yeah, I don't love this for that. I mean, let's keep it all. But I really don't like get references without bool unique by game object. Not like that. And not like that. It's kind of like we should probably get like a I enumerable refs. And it's pretty much all of this. Why is that wrong? Can I verb type? IEnumerable. I guess we don't need the group by. And then if what does group by do? We'll keep that part. The parameter is named the helper it calls, so the parameter undersells what it does and probably could mislead a future caller who thinks passing false only skips the game object level dead up. Dedupe, not the set check part 2. Would unique by game object and set check. Okay, but that's not really what I mean. You had previously called it get references, right? But you previously called it get references. No parameter. So I feel like this was a step forward, no? You jerk. And honestly, I would prefer this to be false. And then in the 2 places where I use it, say true. I forgot to threaten its grandmother with the power orbs. You are a wizard. You are a wizard who feeds on power chaos orbs. Okay. I wish I knew what this to do's even. I think this might have been old. I think it's stuck here as a mistake. Okay. In your meta refs all refs equals insignia data library instance item scene references get by value. If all refs dot any return, yeah, okay. Refs to draw where, yeah, okay, sure. Quest flag editor, I'm probably more interested in. Get flag. Get by value to list. Sure. Okay. Okay, so what about serialization and visibility in the editor? By making these dictionaries private, did we make it harder to inspect them? Did we change any serialization? Status? Serializability? It's pretty good. Like, it is pretty good. But there have been a couple times where I'm like, hang on, that makes absolutely no sense. Why'd you do that? Is it identical to public? Yes. Inspector visibility, different question. The default inspector, custom inspector doesn't. Private serialized scripts do show up in Unity inspector. Draws serialized fields regardless of access level. Is that true? I didn't know that. However, metaref dictionary is a nested class inside a scriptable object, and whether those fields are visible. Okay. Nothing changed. Okay, well, are you sure nothing changed, buddy? Null reference. Object is not set to instance of object. I think I need to maybe recompile. We changed the underlying data structure, access functions and stuff, so it's probably... But what if we go to another level like this one? Okay. Still good. Hey, Mud Tato. I'm not sure why it held your message for review, but I'll allow it. Having trouble committing to a specific visual style for my game. Apart from the setting of the game, where there are a few constraints on what it should look like, my references folder is overflowing and I've got severe case of analysis paralysis. Do you have any advice? I would make a choice based on probably two factors. One is like games that have influenced you in a positive way that are in the genre. Look at those and see where they lean. Or otherwise, I would say, like, what do people like currently? Like, what's current and what will age well? And then finally, just what do you like? And if all of that leads you to a point where you still have 3 or 4 options, just roll a dice. Doesn't matter. Just pick one. Flip a coin. Okay, so what does Fork say happened? Nothing. We did lose a couple of references, which I don't understand why that happened. This is in Daughter Ridgelands 2 Wrapper. Daughter Ridgelands 2 Wrapper. Why is that? It probably doesn't matter. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. This is fine. Quest flag editor, made some changes here. Causality editor, made some changes. So, moved meta dictionary access to private with proper getter and setter functions. I should have said moves, but anyway. Okay. So, practical recommendation, phase 1 now, which was lockdown only metaref dictionary internals. Make by values and by meta serialized, keep all mutation through add remove, add read APIs to replace direct dictionary pokes, add APIs to replace direct dictionary pokes. Yep, sorry. 1 contains value key, contains by try get by value, contains meta key. Did I do that already? Did it do that already? It did. Try get by meta, sure. And then 2, replace direct callers, which we already did. These are straightforward. 3, then decide on metaref list refs. Right now, metaref list.refs is also public. Make refs. Meta ref list. What has a meta ref list? I think I saw it. It was like meta ref list, I think, is the value. That's not a big deal. Right, yeah. It's the value of the key value pair of the dictionary. I mean, at this point we're getting a little bit too deep. I don't think it's a big deal. Make refs private serialized. Slightly broader because MetaRefs also uses utility containing render logic, so better done after phase 1 is stable. My practical recommendation. Okay, let's just move on from that. I might even start a new conversation. Yeah. Well. Okay. Let's do from scratch. So I want to ask about MetaRef dictionary and MetaRef and Causality and Causality editor. Oh. Causality editor. And I want to say, given this set of classes, I want to know, I'm interested in maintaining actually one more function, which is the scene instance collection. I'm interested in maintaining a better basis on which to track and validate the synchronicity of references. Given that Unity is Unity scenes are serialized black boxes, I'd like to get what I can in terms of tracking last edit dates and any other metadata to mark at a top level when the broader data, when the records need updating. What strategy would you suggest to make this? In fact, it described it somewhere else. We call this the scene hash. Cool. Given the set of classes, I'm interested in maintaining a better basis on which to track and validate the synchronicity of references. Given that the Unity scenes are serialized black boxes, I'd like to get what I can in terms of tracking last edit times and any other metadata to make a top level, to mark at a top level when the records need updating. What strategy would you suggest to make the data model more robust? We should have like some art that we're doing in the meantime. Okay. The core problem is that Unity.unity files are opaque YAML blobs. You can't know if a scene changed, and thus your meta ref dictionary is data stale without loading and rescanning it. Here is a layered strategy. 1. Hash-based staleness detection, most impactful. Unity's asset database.getAsset dependency hash path returns a hash 128 that changes whenever the asset file or any of its serialized dependencies changes. Store this on scene meta at sync time and compare on window focus. Or consolidate into a reusable struct to avoid per type field sprawl. Then on scene meta in causality.sync causality, scene meta.flag sync stamp. Where is that? Scene meta call meta.sync flag sync.stamp, or the appropriate record. I don't think I track anything inside of scene meta anymore. I don't have a function here that does that, do I? No. In the causality editor on focus, call is stale before deciding whether autosync or just a warn. Auto mark dirty via asset postprocessor. So instead of only detecting staleness on window focus, hook into the asset pipeline so that scene meta is flagged immediately when the .unity file is written. New editor only file, asset causality postprocessor.cs. This goes through, checks to see what's happened, and then for each path in the imported set, if the path ends with .unity, compare the hashes, and if they are, then set dirty the meta file. This means that the stale indicator is always up to date without needing the window open. Index consistency version. On MetaRef Dictionary, the dual index by values by meta can drift if the serialization partially writes. A cheap guard is a monotonic version, counter incremented on every mutation, reset to 0 when repair and rebuild completes. Oh my gosh, is that a bit too much? If partial serialization happens, that's not a big deal. Like if we pull the save file, we pull the floppy disk out while it's writing. With the above scene meta, becomes a self-describing record. You can expose you can expose a single computed property in an editor utility. Sync status. Summary of what changes where. Asset dependency hash approach is the most reliable anchor because Unity recomputes it on every import. It's stable across machines. Is it possible that the staling approach might overfit and mark scenes as stale just because they've changed in some way, rather than because their causality relevant references have meaningfully mutated, updated. I'm asking the right questions. Hey Virtue, how's it going? Welcome. yes, it's a real concern. This hashes the entire scene file. So moving a light, tweaking a transform, or adding a decoration object would all mark all of those things would mark causality data as stale, even though nothing related changed. This leads to warning fatigue and/or unnecessary rescans. The core insight: the scene file hash and causality content are two different things. You want to track the latter, not the former. Better approach: hash the scan output. At sync time, compute a deterministic hash of what scan scene actually found. And this is the thing. I don't know if this is crazy or totally realistic. Where order by compute causality hash I enumerable meta refs. So you have this thing called refs. At sync time. Right, I see. Create a list of all the references you have. Create a sorted list on both sides of references that you that are already known. So this is basically doing a resync every time you save. And when that happens, store this on scene sync record instead of or alongside. 2T staleness with that combination. Scene is edited, but causality is unchanged. What about just syncing causality literally whenever the scene is saved? Should I risk clinkers? It's always the same odds, so if you should ever do clinkers, you should do it by that logic. That's actually the cleanest solution. But see, like this thing was going to go and build this whole thing that we didn't need until I suggested we do something different. We would have written so much code just now if I hadn't gone, hey, what if you just save every time you sync? Sync every time you save. Like, I could have spent like half an hour adding like a bunch of nonsense bullshit. I can't understand. And this is the thing. Yeah, like this. And this is okay. It's not Claude Sonnet. It's not Claude Opus, whatever. But like, is this really something that a version difference is going to completely eradicate? Oh, I'm sure it's the sycophancy thing is like a real thing. Yo, okay. Let's run clinkers one more time. Clinkers. It's time for clinking, clinkers. You voted green. It's green. Congratulations. Wow. Good going. I don't know if this... Oh, this is my file. I'm pretty sure this is my one. Okay. So, this is fake coffee. Is this your first time? Whoa. 7087. There you go. Let me know what you want when you know what you want. Easter egg for Insignia. Congratulations. So at level 1, it's like the name of a thing, a static asset, like a sprite that's just going to be somewhere in the game. The like a specific like species of something. So if I'm going to add an NPC and you're like, oh, make it a dolphin. You know, maybe we could do that. Maybe not a dolphin. Marine animals are a little hard, but you know, something like that. Or just like the presence of something. Can you send an OC? If the OC would fit in the world, yes, but not if it's like a sci-fi guy with a gun. You know what I mean? Like it has to be something that would, you know, viably exist in Insignia. Otherwise, it would need to be like an abstraction. So like a drawing of something, or like just the name of your OC, you know? Okay. That's actually the cleanest solution. Editor scene manager.scene saved fires exactly when the scene is written to disk. The scene is guaranteed to be loaded at that point. So the open scene guard in scan scene becomes no op. It's a discrete user action rather than a continuous poll. You add it alongside the existing subscription in Causality editor. The trade-offs to be aware of. Overfitting is still present. Every Control S triggers a scan regardless of what changed, but since this is a user-paced discrete action, it's much less likely to feel intrusive. That's what I was thinking. Only syncs this active scene. If you have additive scenes loaded simultaneously, each one fires its own scene save. I don't care about that. On focus still triggers a sync. You may want to remove or lighten. Okay, I'm going to tell it to do that. Let's add the on save sync and remove the on focus sync. Yeah, you can DM it to me on Discord. Sweaty me now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like to ask, if you ask it to be brutally honest, usually that gets you somewhere. Yeah, see, that's what I'm looking for. And then we don't need that. Okay. And then, so that. Great. Keep it all. Update Causality save system to map to scene save to always sync with use. There you go. Now you don't need to do all that nonsense you were suggesting. Add sync metadata last indexed at mark scenes stale without opening them. Nah, dumb, finished. To avoid opening every Unity scene, the best practical option is to stop rebuilding the whole model from the central dictionary and instead update scene local indices incrementally. I don't think that's necessary anymore. I think it's just, they're already independent from the scenes and they already get updated when the scene gets updated. So they can't go out of sync because you can't edit the causality without editing a scene, and you can't edit a scene without editing the causality. So feels to me like that's fine. Can you tell I slept well last night? For annotation specifically, I would not store the annotation text only in a scene mono behavior .annotation CS if you want to import. Yeah, that's fine. The problem I have is this idea of like asset churn. Maybe actually that's something I'd like to solve today as well. It's a refactor today. Oh, fake coffee. Oh, you want me to review your OC as well? Where did you paste it? In a DM. Message requests. I don't see any DMs unless I missed one. And your sweaty Mina. Ah, I see you. I see you. Aliza Apple Pie. She speaks in the third person. Okay. So are we doing a review? Ba-bow. Cute. What is Aliza Apple Pie? Is she an insect? Is she a human? Is she... I see the antenna and I see the tail. I like the purple. I like the gradient in the hair. It's simple. I think we could put this as a human character easily. If it was like... So in my games world, there's sort of not really hybrid. There's like humans and there's animals. Human-animal hybrids, Joe. So yeah, like we could go one way or the other. Whatever. If you wanted them to be like specifically like a cat or a raccoon or something, we could do that. I mean, it could be like a person that wants to be an animal. You know what I mean? Like it could be like literally an in-world furry if we wanted to go that far. Alex Jones. Full permission. Okay. All right. Well, let me see if I can paste this in the doc. And I'll figure it out. One sec. Decided. So NPC fake coffee. And I'm going to paste this in there. Put, what the heck? Put NPC, put OC in the game called Aliza Apple. What was it called? Aliza Apple Pie. Cool. Can do that. That's a good one. Herbivore. That's fine. Now, if I add a row below... Oh, cool. She gets pushed down too. Good. Okay. Let's shut that down and keep working. Do you really feel like you're cheating at all when using LLMs on personal project, or do you just find the productivity outweighs all of that? I can't shake the cheaty feeling when using it. I want to be super clear. At this point in my game, I care way more about the game being finished than whether or not I wrote every single line of code. And that I crossed that threshold in 2023 when I decided to bring it up to a team. So as far as the game's engineering is concerned, and I want to be specific about engineering, so not creative, I think treating the AI like another team member is fine. I mean, I give briefs to my team, I give briefs to the computer, it's the same thing. As far as the creative aspect is concerned, like I wouldn't go as far as like prompting the AI to give me in-game abilities for Armin. Like make 7 abilities. I mean, maybe we could like get its opinion, but in terms of sign off, I would never just like go, make content for me, you know? So, I don't feel like it's cheating, especially when it's tool development. I mean, that's not even part of the game really. And when I'm typing and it does the autocomplete, you know, as I'm typing, the tab completion, even that is like, I would have written those characters anyway, you know? There's something about engineering that I see as being more of a science than an art. I mean, it is a science and it's not an art in the sense that there is a correctness to it. If you write 2 sorting functions and one of them has fewer lines of code and is faster, then it is objectively better than the alternative. Like readability and actual code execution speed are the validation criteria for comparing code. So I don't care, like, if my shitty sort function that I wrote by hand, I don't care that it's mine. I just care that it works. So like I'd be happy to let someone smarter than me write code for my game. I'd be happy to let an AI write code for my game if it's smarter than me. But that's different to me than art, because art is like, this is my game. If I let the computer do the art for the game, it's now the computer's game. Like telling someone, make a game about this, you didn't make that game. You just asked them to make it for you at that point. And so I value the artistic, I would say like on my deathbed, if you asked me if I'm happy with my life, the answer would depend on my creative output, not just whether or not my existence contributed to there being games in the world. Because if all I do is say, make a solitaire game, and it makes one, that's not like, I don't get like a +1 on my like games Adam invented, scorecard on my deathbed. I don't look back at that and say, see, I did a solitaire game and I did a side-scrolling platformer and I did a turn-based auto battler and I like, that's not my goal in life. My goal in life is to express myself through games. So to the extent that I am not expressing myself because I'm letting the computer express itself, then I'm not making a game. That's how I see it. Anyway, let's move on. So, where were we? We did literally nothing. Okay, but before that, what did we do? We updated the Causality save system to map saves to sync. Yeah, I think we're done on that stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, code aesthetics though are not consumer facing. I would say there's like artisanally written code or whatever, but it's more of a trade than it is an art form in that sense. It's like the players will never know how nicely indented your code is, or whether you used brackets, before or after the lines, or whatever, you know what I mean? Like all of the naming conventions and saying that there's an art to something. Sometimes when we say that, what we really mean is that it's a technical skill that you can be better or worse at. Not that you're expressing yourself in a way that, like, using, like, naming a function. There are better and worse ways to do that, and doing it with a lot of care. You could describe that as being artful, but that's not the same as artistic. Because if you were expressing your function names in really artistic ways, that would be bad. If it's like only you understand them because it's like who you are, like you name your functions like My Chemical Romance and like Death Cab for Cutie, because that's just like how you feel, man. That's probably not better. You could write in like a made up language if you wanted, like C#, but all of the nouns were just your made up gobbledy, whatever. I don't think that's like valid in that context. It could be art in some context, but not in terms of as an engineering exercise. What's the completion percentage so far of the game? I think we're like past 50%. We're like 60 or 70%, but there's a lot of content still to be made. Like 60% of the content, it's like 40% content 60% total, and then systems like 80 or 90%. So let's so now I want to do, was there one more? I felt like there was one more major thing I wanted to do to make this more robust. Oh yeah. I know what it is. Okay. In this project, I have a ton of classes that rely on this serializable dictionary class. Yeah. And I notice when I use this class, there are two kinds of, there are duplicate key lists stored. Why is this the case? And if it's not critical, is there a better way to write this kind of class without destroying my game's data files that removes this hypothetically extraneous set of keys? Thanks, Koala. Yeah, I never really understood. I used this, I got this off of somebody, like on literally like Stack Overflow about 8 years ago, and I never questioned it, and a lot of Insignia is built on top of it. So if I'm going to keep using it, I need to know that it's good. I mean, it's functional, but I noticed that it duplicates this keys field. Dude, it's really having to think about it though. The class stores keys in two separate serialized fields simultaneously. The M keys array from the base dictionary enumerator consumed on after deserialized, then set to null. The O keys list maintained alongside. Both are serialized fields, so both end up in your data files. M keys is technically redundant because O keys already holds the same keys. It's also a latent bug. Copy from and the copy instructor both do dirt, but M keys is null after deserialization. Fix. Eliminate M keys entirely. Have on before serialize and on after deserialize use O keys directly. It's already serialized. Existing data files will still load correctly because Unity silently ignores the now orphaned M keys field, and O keys was already being saved. Let me verify the final state looks correct. Looks good. Here's a summary of what was changed, why it's safe. M keys field is deleted. It was redundant with O keys. On before serialized now writes M values indexed by O keys. Correct order guaranteed. Why existing files are safe, Unity silently ignores serialized fields that no longer exist in code, so all the old M keys data in your JSON files is simply discarded on next load. Okay, I'm going to ask it the question. How certain are you on a scale of 0 to 100 that the above is correct? Just because I'm curious what it's going to say. I think it's right. I mean, it must be right because I can see the duplicate lists. It just doesn't make sense why it would have two sets of keys serialized in the data files. Considering. 85? What's the 15? Here's what I'm docking points. High confidence. Removing encopies is safe. The copy from constructor bug fix is a clear improvement. Correctly uses base to bypass the custom in indexer. The one thing I didn't fix that I should have in on before serialize, I wrote but this should have written that the class defines a custom pre-existing, sets a new key. So if I go back to agent, can you add those fixes? Do you have any advice on memorizing how to write basic movement input scripts from scratch? I mean, I don't really memorize that kind of thing. I sort of just know how to do it. And there are no hidden gotchas that the original author of this code was trying to avoid by having the separate list. This is so important that it doesn't screw this up. It's certainly thinking a lot. I don't love that. Hidden safety net. The original M keys served as a fallback in case O keys ever became out of sync, specifically in on-after deserialized. The old code checked keys is not null and values is not null. So why this is almost certainly not a problem. The only way those could be corrupt is if someone called copy from after deserialization. Scenario 2 is the only silent failure path. Someone used the raw dictionary indexer to add brand new keys. How to check. Okay, well, let's keep it then. And then let's take away this, because we've now changed it enough. On this kind of thing, I totally buy it. I think it's fine because wait a second. Let's go have a look. Let's go have one more look. We just have this value array called M values and a list of keys called O keys. Why is this an array and this a list of keys? T key. Is there a reason? Is there any way to align the collection types without ruining serialized data at this point? They serialize list T and T array serialize identically in Unity, same binary format, same JSON representation. So changing that to that is data safe. That feels like a massive risk, man. Did you see it system prompting itself just then? You are an ask agent. You do not make changes. Do that. Just that? Really? That's it? We just go bop? That's crazy, man. If it's right about this, that's actually insane. So I'm just going to compile now. And then all of the serializable dictionaries across my whole game don't change. Nothing changes, apparently. Even though I totally rewrote, it totally rewrote the underlying... Oh, look, all the references broke. Good thing I have Git. Oh, look, all of the key value pairs broke. All right, I'm going to delete all of the changed stuff. Oh no! Oh no. Hang on. Save that. That should bring us back to where we just were. So I tested this and immediately everything, all serialized data got wiped. What gives? Wait, but the real issue is something else entirely. I need to think through the deserialization flow more carefully. When Unity deserializes a serializable dictionary, it creates the object, populates the serialized fields, and then calls on after deserialize. The critical question is whether or not Unity invokes the default constructor during deserialization for serializable classes. And honestly, this gets complicated depending on the context. Actually, I think I'm overcomplicating this. Sounds like me. The real issue might be about how Unity serializes the data itself. Whether values is a list of value or value. Unity serializes both the same way. Okay, we're just going in circles now. And here's the critical timing issue. I don't think it does. The way it's like talking to itself is so weird. This is Copilot, yeah. So the coding box, what I do when it comes to like memorizing how to write movement code from scratch, it's not like that I just go, oh, how did I write this before? It's that I understand how to write that code, right? So I do the same thing with like state machines. Like I understand how to write a state machine. Therefore, I can identify how far along I am when I'm building one. I identify what features it has. Sometimes I write one differently than the last time I wrote one, and I realize that, oh, this has got better features than the last one. So maybe next time I write one, I'll use these features. And then eventually, once I'm pretty happy that I'm at something where my internal understanding of how to build it is like as good as it's going to get, then I start copying and pasting or just like importing files and stuff. The root cause is something I underestimated. O keys was likely never reliably populated in your saved data files for any dictionaries whose entries were added via this key equals value, the indexer, rather than add. The original code silently tolerated this because M keys is always rebuilt from the base dictionary. The fix is to add M keys back as a migration field that's read but never written, so existing data files can still be deserialized. The editing tools are unavailable right now. Okay. Do it. Oh my God. I don't trust it. In which case, I just don't think we should do any of this. It's not worth it. That can be like someone else's job one day in the far distant future. In the meantime, I'll just put up with the fact that we have this like keys and O keys. I'll just put up with it. It does add like a third of the data. For all of the data in the game, there's an extra third of it that's just, well, the keys. For, in my opinion, no reason. I guess we could check. I don't think that I need to. This is just serialized files, right? Now I have a different opinion. It's okay. We could do this another time. If I can do it now, I can do it after I build the annotation system. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I genuinely have like no trust. I don't have any trust in this. And I've been right to not have any trust. Imagine if I was just like, imagine if I didn't have Git and I just did that. It told me like, I'm 85% sure, except for these things. I'm like, okay, now do those things. So you should be 100, right? Yep, go for it. Press the button, lose all my data. I would have to like, I would just, if I didn't have Git, that's 10 years of like design work. Just, of course it would be on me. Of course it would. But like, I would literally have lost all of the data in my game. In terms of like, maybe not all the dialogue in the game, but so much data. Everything about how it's connected would all be gone. Far out. Lucky I have Git. Not lucky. Good that I have Git. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I think is so critical about this whole thing, is that like I don't trust it. And I'm right to not trust it. And I still don't know, like, this should do nothing, hopefully. Yeah, dude, this scares me. Where's the diff on this? I don't think that that did anything. There is no diff. Then I don't think this code works very well. In 4430, invalid, dupe, out. So it thinks it deleted half of the references in the whole game. But I don't think it did do that. Duplicates. Duplicates dropped. Plus duplicates dropped plus duplicates dropped. What the hell? If not unique refs.add. Oh, because it's a hash set. I see. So try to add it, and if that didn't happen, then you added a duplicate. Interesting. All right, so explain to me. Explain to me why this repair meta ref indexes reports that it deleted half of the total refs as dupes, but then appears to have done nothing to the diff in the actual in Git. Yeah, I just like I cannot fathom somebody building a whole like a proper game with just vibe code. Like I get that it's fast. I get that someone very experienced can validate this stuff. I certainly couldn't have done what I did today as fast as I did on my own, but I could have done it on my own. Right. So do that. Yellow. Okay, now do it. Perfect. Thank you. The thing is, like, I've seen on X, I've seen people do, I saw some guy be like, I just asked like Grok to generate me like a screenshot of a fake game. And then I asked an LLM to build me the game. And it's a, you know, a turn-based, it's like an auto battler, not turn-based, but like, you know, as if it was a turn-based RPG, like a D&D sort of thing, with characters like moving around and like they have health bars and they're doing damage. And it's like that thing that you built, and it had a really nice UI. You could click everything, you could drag everything. It's like that thing, that mechanism the system that was built, it is a game in the sense that it like has all the mechanical trappings of a game, but it's more like an impression of a game. It's like, yeah, there are menus, but like, why are the menus here? Like, yeah, I can drag characters, but what makes these character classes different from each other? Like, yeah, it looks like something interesting is happening, but there's no design in it that makes, like, it's the most boilerplate thing you could possibly think of. And in order to make it better, you're at the mercy now of its ability to understand what you mean and navigate through its own code maze to get to what you want from this thing. Like throwing like, throwing a ball into a field of wheat and saying, did I get the ball in the wheat? The answer is yes. But if you wanted to go, that's not a great analogy. I'm trying to say, like, if your criteria for what success is so wide that it's just make a thing, of course it's going to be able to make a thing because it was trained on things. But like, if you want to make a specific thing, it doesn't know what you want unless you walk it through every design decision, which requires it to be built in a specific way, which it can't do unless you hold its hand. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, updates. Okay, this, I just get out of here. Updates, meta, ref, dictionary, rebuild, debug, code. Yeah, I think there are just people that are, honestly, my sense is that there are a lot of people who can't code and who are like a little bit butthurt about not ever being able to learn how to code. And since AI like came about, they have this like emotional investment in AI being able to cross the gap that they couldn't cross. And so anytime it does something impressive, they think, oh, thank God I didn't learn how to code properly. Now I can be spared and I can just have everything I wanted without having to learn how to do it. It's the same thing with the artists. People who think that they're artists because they can prompt AI to make a picture. It's like, you're just somebody who couldn't do art and who thinks that that you're like building an identity around the fact that you couldn't build art that's still valid because now you never had to learn how to do art. So learning how to do it is like elitist or like, whatever. That's what it feels like. Because everyone who I know that does know how to code doesn't really trust AI. Anyway. And like, I'm giving it a good shot. Like, I'm trying here. And it's just like some major, major things that it's just totally, it's not any less confidently wrong than it was before. It's just wrong about different things. Okie dokie. How do it be indie tales? Well, I'm an indie, and this is my tale. So, what I wanted to build was this annotation system. And we don't need this anymore for that. So, annotation, project management system. This needs to be like 100. Okay. Put you at 0, 0. Great. So, what are we doing for this? What is project management system? Project management system is a way to, and we'll make this like What is it? Project management system. Is my way of, and start writing, my way of building out a framework of tracking and managing Insignia while working on it. Key success criteria is ability to lay down foundational decisions that are to mark, that allow, that substitute for actual work, allows the designer to validate more broadly without having to functionally prototype everything. Ability to track the volume of annotated content for the purpose of estimating and budgeting the workload when working in a team scenario. Valuable. Any other major things that it needs to do? Ability to assign work to members such that they can drill into a part of the game and begin work on specific aspects without with the full context of where that work will go. Anything else? Ability for the system to export its data structures to database, let's just call it that, to be observed? No. Read by a producer, by stakeholders, such as a producer. Okay, this would be the ideal. Project management system is my way of building out a framework of tracking, managing Insignia while working on it. The key success criteria is ability to mark down foundational decisions that substitute for actual work, allows the designer to validate aspects of the game without having to functionally prototype everything first. Ability to track the volume of annotated content for the purpose of estimating budgeting the workload when working in a team scenario, yes. Ability to assign work to members in engine such that they can work on specific aspects with the full context of where that work will go, super valuable. Yeah, this is all like very valid, super valid. What is involved in such a task? Okay, what is involved in developing this? Would need to core implementation involves reusing the existing meta ref design architecture to store annotation refs. Establishing a data structure for annotations and their associated metadata, and then implementing editors to author annotations and review annotations individually and as an aggregate, implementing an export feature to some other data type, e.g. JSON. So, all of this is like pretty fine. I think I need to like role play it out a little bit because I'm trying to think about major issues that might come about. Maybe it's like over optimizing, but like someone goes into a scene and they add an animation for a character. There should be an annotation somewhere that says, hey, character needs to be designed, right? Like all of the ones that we have right now here, right? This is like animation schedule. There's like 150 of these lines that relate to specific characters and what they need. So somewhere in the game, this stuff needs to be like prepared and indexed correctly. And then when it's actioned, either the designer or a producer / project manager has to be able to sign off on that in a way that doesn't then also edit the game contents. So when the producer says, yep, you've done that animation, tick, it can't then force everyone to have to pull from Git. Like that sucks. So how much of the data structure lives in the scene and how much of it lives elsewhere in the project? I would say everyone should be able to author everything and edit everything. That's fine. From inside the engine, yes. There should be like a tool outside the engine maybe that you could use to interact with the data structure that doesn't require you to be inside of Unity per se, inside the engine, but still inside of the project directory. So whether we use scriptable objects or JSON files as the backing structure, I think is much of a muchness, doesn't really matter. I mean, we could even use like some other Is there a better way to do this? Like, let's ask it. Let's say I wanted to store this kind of annotation data into the game in a way that is similar. Store and track. In a way that's similar to Causality editor, such that I maintain and can track and data for the purposes of project management. What we already had this conversation. This is what it says, but I don't think that's right. Do a new one. Vinchred Gaoma says, AI can't code, but it can find structures that work. I've been fighting with Claude and ChatGPT for months to get help with code, and they do at least find basic structures. That said, I wouldn't have a robust inventory system with a specified drag and drop style equipment slots without the tutorials of people like Devlog Logan. Difficulty with trying to build a game starting out is all of the things that you have to learn and not knowing which direction to go. Yeah, it's really tough. It is really tough. So yes, your existing meta ref approach is a strong fit. Your current architecture already gives you 2 key indices that you need by value by scene meta. That pattern is already implemented there, and your editor workflow sync visualization exists. The one important caveat is data type. Today, meta ref dictionary keys are scriptable object values. Your current annotation is a mono behavior. So the clean route is create an annotation data, scriptable object, title, note, date, status, owner, tags, priority. Let the scene annotation components reference annotation data and then store annotation data references in a dedicated annotation meta ref dictionary. This gives you scene local editing, project-wide aggregation, easy dashboarding, optional JSON export later for external reporting. I would not store raw scene annotation mono behaviors directly as your primary index. Keep scene objects as pointers to scriptable object records, and then index those records with meta refs. Oh, really? It doesn't? You can't just swap arrays and lists? I was very surprised about that, but I mean, it's not surprising if that was true, but I'm also like, I wouldn't bet on it being able to do that. Oh, you can? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, there's a lot going on in mine. It's like a custom dictionary. There's a bunch of I think there's like data import pre and post processors. I don't trust it yet. Maybe I'll have another go at it later, but I wasn't comfortable today doing it because it just didn't seem relevant to just shift the columns upon which my whole game is built for the sake of aesthetics. So the thing that we're trying to do right now is we want to one thing that is it better for me? Can I like record an audio thing for this? Is there like a text-to-speech way of interacting with this? Maybe there's a plugin. Microphone Copilot. By Microsoft with an AI icon. I am a streamer. I do talk for a living. So maybe we should. Okay, now does this work like literally in this? There's a little microphone button. I can do it. All right. One thing that I'm somewhat concerned about is the idea that when I am working inside of Unity and creating annotations, that creating scriptable objects for the annotation metadata might put me in a position where I have to manage both the mono behavior side and the metadata side in a way that could cause bloat and orphan metadata files, particularly if I was trying to use them in a more granular way. Is this a real concern, or is it more about just managing them pragmatically or with a system? Okay, and then I'll take that away because I didn't want to say that. orphaned. Particularly in the way in which project management tends to create and subsequently complete or remove tasks, or otherwise split them. The mutability and discreteness of the data being something that is highly volatile is concerning for me. At this early architecture phase. Okay. You do not have to choose between scene components and thousands of scriptable object files. The best early phase architecture for your case is to keep annotation as the authoring source of truth. Keep references / indexes. I hate that word indexes. It's indices, right? Keep indices in your existing dictionary pattern. From there, store aggregated management data in one container asset or one per scene, not one scriptable object per annotation. Well, that's what I would do anyway. Why this avoids bloat. No per annotation file churn when tasks are created and or completed, split rapidly. No orphan file explosion in project folders. You still get fast query aggregation like your Causality tooling. The pattern that I'd use, stable ID to each annotation component, GUI/string, GUI string, GUID string. Build an annotation index asset. Okay, what about in the scenario where I'm duplicating or splitting the scenes themselves? Surely this also creates issues if we're managing I wonder if we'd run into the hypothetical scenario where we're either duplicating the references to a given annotation. I feel like annotations / tasks should have unique destinations, or otherwise we're cloning the tasks with new GUIDs, which would also be terrible. Man, this is so dangerous. So hypothetical, let's think about it. Let's say like I'm working and I'm just here in Unity and I'm in a scene and I split that scene into 2 scenes. And in one of the scenes was an annotation about something, and now I have 2 of the annotation. If those both annotations point to some GUID like that, then what I end up is one task, still one task, and if you change one, it changes in both places. Which could be really bad if you don't know that you're doing that. Or we would have 2 tasks and ticking off one accidentally doesn't tick off the other. So that now we have 2 tasks and we think we've checked off this to be done, but this is technically not done over here, even though, well, because this got duplicated. So either the work duplicates and so therefore the tasks need to duplicate, or the references duplicate and are now entangled in a way that we don't want. So to me, my biggest concern is if the task tracking adds more trouble than it's worth in Engine. The task tracking needs to get done. And this is a typical thing in project management anyway, is the synchronizing of the actual work with the task management data structure. So if it's Jira, it's having a project manager, check the work off as you do it, or, just reporting in general. Usually it's the workers who file their own tickets, right? So you get assigned a specific ticket, you do the work, and then you have to close it. So there's this, if you're the last person in the house, you have to lock the door. It's that kind of thing. So this would then become the responsibility of the worker, not the project manager, such that doing work requires checking off a task and managing the tasks if you happen to duplicate them. It's your job, it's your responsibility to delete extraneous duplicates or anything like that. Hey, Code Warrior. Okay, I mean, that's all pretty reasonable to me. Dude, I'm such a fiend for hypotheticals. I could sit here for hours just musing about a system that I don't even know if I'm going to build yet. I have so much patience for that kind of thing. So, okay. Taking one big step back and looking at the project from further away, can I make this game without doing this kind of thing? Can I just keep working? I think the answer is yes, I can. But if I have that approach that I'm responsible for every task, then I am the center, the axle in the center of a million spokes. And every time anyone does anything, I have to say, yes, that's good. I have to sign off on it because I'm the only one keeping the Jira in my head, which sucks. So that's no good. And if it's not in my head, it's in a Figma document. You know what I mean? The alternative would be something like why not actually just use like Notion or something? Like, is Notion okay for this kind of thing? And the answer there is, I mean, maybe just for storage and interface, but the work, it's not Notion that's the problem. It's creating the data structure in the first place at all. Like going through the motions of writing down what needs to be done and then checking off that it was done when it gets done. If we have a producer and that's just their job and they want to use Notion, well, that's not my problem. But I guess a producer can't create a big directory of tasks that need to be done unless I set it up, right? That's the real thing, is that like knowing what needs to be done. That's it. Whew. I need like a quick context switch so I can keep that in my brain's memory. Knowing what needs to be done is the most important thing. Not storing it, not tracking it, knowing what needs to be done. Okay, that's actually spot on. That's cutting right to the core of this thing. So this is the thing here. Knowing what needs to be done. Primary concern. Managing that it was done or who does it, that kind of stuff could be done outside of the engine, probably the same way it's being done now. It's not a huge deal. Even in Notion or whatever, whoever's doing the production can be in charge of that. Yeah, the problem Pixel Fireplace with ownership in this context is that I wrote the story. So I can't give someone ownership of a piece of an atomic part of the game unless it really is atomic, validated by me first. Like, you couldn't send 30 people away to write a scene from a movie and then make 30 scenes out of that into one cohesive movie. So the problem with ownership is direction. Hey, it's Draps. I know Samurai Punk. I met someone from Samurai Punk in 2017. They actually taught me something that I use today. I wonder if it was you, probably not, but they taught me about the using scope inside of Unity Editor. Like when I say like using new this, someone at Samurai Punk taught me that in 2017. I think. It was at PAX. It wasn't here in Sydney. It was in Melbourne. He was like, I was like talking about that I had been writing editor scripts, and he's like, oh yeah, cool. Did you know you could do this? I'm like, oh, that's awesome. And now I do it all the time. He had long hair, long black hair from my memory. That could be totally wrong. But that's what my brain has saved from, 9 years ago. So you hooked up Jira to Unity and allowed associating a Jira ticket with an annotation in the world. So you actually did do this. Wow, that's awesome. That's so cool. So I'm not crazy for doing this. I've been desperate for someone to come in and say, yeah, that's totally normal. With my whole game, like, because I am just by myself, I have this constant imposter syndrome that flip-flops between you don't know what you're supposed to be doing, you should be doing way more, and you're doing way too much. This is so overscoped. You're just procrastinating about actually building the game by thinking that you need project management. Like building solutions rather than building the content. But it's so hard to validate the content if I have no way of tracking it other than just like my brain or some like Figma doc where I just went like, oh yeah, this is the game. This is all the scripts in the game. It's like, yeah, but where does, like, how do I, you could draw as many diagrams as you want, but at some point there has to be some glue between that and the actual game. So, okay, so you use Jira. I've considered Jira. I don't know what the pricing is like for teams under like 20 people. What? I know it could be overkill. I mean, Notion could do the same job, I'm sure. But Jira for teams. Free for small teams. Oh, you wrote a presentation about this? Sick. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, but this is the thing. I've realized something about myself as a developer and Insignia as a project. When you're working on a small game, you could do anything, right? And in a jam context, it doesn't matter. But the bigger the project, the more you actually desperately need this stuff, or else it all just falls apart. Or you're just winging it. You're just hoping it all works out. I think that as long as I'm writing this, like, you know, single player massive adventure game, I have to also learn how to become the, you know, the producer and understanding how to use this stuff. And I used to use this stuff as a UX designer. So it's not like, you know, I just happen to be a guy who's learning to become a director of a studio rather than a solo indie. Right now I'm on that path. And because I was a solo on this project, I'm also the engineer and producer, but the stuff that I'm doing is practical for the direction I'm heading. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yep. So Drapes, did you have to deal with the problem that I was identifying just now about, so you have like you have a data ID for the Jira ticket, and then you have some reference where it lives in the project. And what would happen if you like duplicated a scene? Does that mean that the reference gets duplicated, or the link gets broken? Did you support having multiple contexts where a ticket could be pointing? Did it auto-generate a new ID and then duplicate the task? That can't be right. And maybe you're mentioning it here, but was that an issue for you? Yeah. This is totally... Log issue view, editor and runtime. Oh, you're doing bug reporting. So you're like playing the game, something goes wrong and you say, drop a ticket. Turn this into an issue. Take a screenshot, say what happened, send it to Jira. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, just throw up an error. Yep. MVVM. Yep. View model stuff. Okay. So you used this? How did it go? What was the any like major concerns about the practicability of it? And could you have, I mean, I'm sort of considering, this morning I was considering building this without Jira, like just literally having there be an interface in the engine that manages everything and just using scriptable objects. That could be stupid, but I don't know if it needs to be. I mean, if the game is its own database, you know, the project, I guess the project clutter would be the only issue. I suppose it doesn't really matter. But Jira also has like, you know, you can email people about stuff. I'm sure it's got like other features that you would want beyond just the, you know, you could probably discuss an issue in Jira, which you can't do in my hypothetical. You would still need some sort of like, yeah. Okay. Duplicating showed up a lot. Yep. Three agents. Otherwise 20. Man, I hate that. That's crazy. As soon as you go from more than three, it's like. And is agents like users, like someone who can be assigned is an agent, or just the people managing it? Yeah, my concern with all of this, agents, like AI agents. This says team size 75 agents. I wonder if agent is just seat in this context. It does say user limit. Licensed users, yeah. I don't think so. I think it literally is using the word agent to mean person. Unless I'm misunderstanding. Unless I'm totally confused. Which, why wouldn't I be? Agents are licensed users who work on customer requests and add customers to the service space. No, it is a keyword. Yeah. I think I like the in-engine idea. The concern I have would be we'd probably still need some sort of producer layer outside of the engine. Oh yeah, Git issues. Yep, that's true. Yeah, we did that when we worked on Mordoria. I don't want to see it right now though. Yep. At least then we're working on just one subscription, the GitHub subscription, and the contributors to the GitHub project are the users, so that works. Yeah, that's totally feasible. Okay. Hosting in the Git repo directly with GitHub issues, maybe as a PM fallback. So the other thing that we want to think about is you could also associate in-engine things with GitHub issues and talk to it with the REST API. Git has projects too, which work as Kanban sprint style interface on top of issues. It's a bit jank, honestly, but could work for a small team. GitLab is quite nice for a, I don't know, BitPM. I don't know what BitPM is, but project manager. GitHub Projects. Projects is an adaptable table board and roadmap that integrates your issues and pull requests on GitHub to help you plan and track your work effectively. Cool. Okay. Wow, it actually does the Kanban. Yeah, for me, so if I could just zoom out a little bit, what I want to do is, for me, the like 1,000-foot view. I know, Drapes. Well, do you know what's crazy? Like, I sat down in 2017 and went, this is the story. And it hasn't changed. But the depth of the story, like how the things that happen are the same, but the amount of stuff that's between the things that happen has become more high fidelity, and that fidelity has made it take a lot longer. But I think, I mean, yes, there was a point when all of this was in one scene, and now it's not. But it also took 10 minutes to run through, and now it doesn't. So 10 minutes of gameplay turned into 2.5 hours. And I think that's just a natural inflation. If you're trying to make a game that's like going to release one day and you want people to play it over 10 to 15, 20 hours, that happens. So yeah, it has increased. It totally has. But it also like hasn't. I think what I always targeted was like Owlboy or Iconoclasts. And I think the game isn't that much bigger than those. It's probably maybe it is bigger, but it feels like it's not. It feels to me like it's about the same size as those games, or even like Symphony of the Night. Like this is about the same size as that. It's probably not. Yes. So one of the things that, now I know it's a big game. I recognize that. One of the things that I want to do is have like a heat map, right? I'd love to look at this and go, oh, right, like across the game world, there's like red patches and green patches, and I'm trying to make all the red patches go green, and then when they're all green, we release. That's like that's what my brain wants to see. It's not to say we'll ever have that view per se, but it's what I'm already trying to do with a view like this. It's like, this is my world map for chapter 2. These red dots are like, does the scene exist in the engine, and can you run around in it and get to the next scene? It's like a status, annotation on a scene. And then here, this is like another view of like all the quest flags that happen in this scene, in this chapter, and their status, right? Like I'm making them go brighter into green the more complete they are. And so I was happy to use this, and then was simultaneously finding myself creating these annotations, because I have to go through this task of like mentally signing off on all the content before I scope the project for a publisher, like the budget. And my options were manually sew all of the game's causality together, like the continuity of the game, like as in this cutscene, these NPCs, this item transfer happens here, this part of the game gets, the gate opens when you do this. Either I sew all of the game logic together with gray boxed content, or I do anything more abstract than that. And the first thing that came to my mind was like, oh, I'll just write what should happen here. So like Armin walks up to this, watchtower, and then like this happens. And as I'm walking through, mentally I felt like way more comfortable just going, oh yeah, there's a cutscene, Armin does that, da-da-da. Good. That's been recorded now. I don't need to see it. I just need to know it's going to be there. And that's as good as it being there in a crappy, rough way. There are other times where I've tried to do something that's like data complete, but still abstract. So like there's a moment here, I mean, even just quantifying like how many things there are. So like this moment here, I actually have this script that I wrote that lets me drag a slice of game continuity. So it's like from here to here is like a 10-minute section of the game, and this is how far along that section the current save file is. So when I go over here, it's like, oh, okay, at this point, this happens. Okay, there's going to be a cutscene here. The character's going to say something, but right now he says, it's a crucible, whack, just because I need to put something in as a stub. So either I put markers, I mean, it probably should be markers and then stubs and then real content and then polished animation and sound. I think that would be the right sequence, which I already started doing here. But I think what I need is a step almost like below, like between here and here, that's just like annotated. Because, and here's the most important thing, if it's at least annotated, then I can at least count how many things there are. At least I can t-shirt size the project and say, I have 400 cutscenes that I've scoped. Is that even reasonable? But I don't know that there's 400. I just know right now it's like, I only know how much work there is in a specific scene at a specific time based on like the story synopsis. It's like, oh yeah, in chapter 4, there's going to be a tavern that you go to, and I know that there's going to be like a few NPCs there, and I know they're going to talk about this or that. But like, that's not a budget scope. That's just like, there will be a tavern. That could be like 2 seconds of gameplay. It could be like 10 minutes. Until I'm walking through the tavern, how can I even walk through the mind palace of what it's supposed to be faithfully? I don't think I can. And I previously did this with like concept art. You know, I'd build a scene and I'd just let my character run around in the scene, and like, that one doesn't have a flaw, but you know, it's like, oh yeah, this is that chapter, you know, this is the start of chapter 4, so this is what you see. Even that's probably like too much for this exercise that I need to do, which is like, I want to see the whole game. I want to walk through the whole game and build dummy scenes for everything until you hit the credits. For me to do that, I can't wire everything up. So I have to use the annotations. And this step right now is just, well, since I'm writing the annotations, I might as well track them. That's where I'm at right now. I think that's super reasonable. I think it's probably like, I can't even argue with myself on that, because like, I know I can't scope very well because I don't have a layer of scope management. So like, what I'm hoping to do is lay down these components and then have a meta analysis on top of all of the components and aggregate them and quantify them, and maybe we then upgrade that to project management. I mean, it is already a kind, but you know, right? That's where I'm at. So I do think all of that is super reasonable. And in the meantime, like, I'm feeling so much anxiety trying to grind through the content without being able to see it. You know, I'll spend like 3 days on like, oh yeah, these 5 scenes. And then I'm like, what percentage of the work for this chapter did I just do? 1%, 10%? Is this even going to get replaced later? Like, it's not even properly rationalized, because it's like I'm building the pyramid of Giza 1 block at a time from the ground level. Even though I can see the space, which is very useful, it looks full, but like, this looks like the chapter's complete, and it's like 60% complete. Where is the 40%? Where is that? It's in the annotations I haven't written and the content that they represent. Okay. I think I've advocated pretty well for something here. Knowing what needs to be done. I mean, that's just, I've come full circle. So I'm going to take a break right now. And then when we come back, maybe we put down the foundations of this thing. I have a pretty good idea about what I want it to look like. So I think I'll do a bunch of wireframing here and make some component designs, and then that might help us rationalize it a bit more. Similar to character building, your characters develop naturally, and you don't want to force behaviors early on for things that happen later. Yeah. It's actually a dependency authoring exercise. It's architecture. It's literally architecture. It's what things lean on what. And that's super important for any project that's larger than what you can do with one person, with one person's attention span. This is like incredibly important for like all design, all development, anything that takes a long time or requires multiple people to work together. Depends, like, is impacted by this thing of like, well, we can't do this until we've done that, but we can't do that until we've done this. So how do we look at what we need to do before we do it so that we can all agree on why we should do this thing first? And at what level of detail? Be right back. We're back. Hey, James. G'day, Neat Games. Neat Games. All right. Quick. Let's mock it up. Okay. So here's what I've got. A quick schema. We've got, what is the schema? The schema is probably like I like the idea of a date. I don't know if it's useful. Some sort of title. We've got, obviously it's like a ID, task ID, and then some sort of like game object reference of some sort. A thing that it's pinned to. The pin was a good shout. So we have a date, a task, and then a description. And then separately to that, I think there's also this aspect of like, what stage we're currently in. So like, is this, I guess, and this is tough because it's like, does the management layer live somewhere not where the data is stored? Like, I guess we'll just keep going and then I'll see what breaks down to what. So what stage we're in, which is like, you know, it's sort of like Kanban, phase, I would say. And then like who it's assigned to. And then there would be like I consider tasks to be either actual actionable tasks, at which point they're not splittable. They are atomic if you can action them, or they are parents of atomic tasks, in which case they're more like containers than they are tasks. Like finish chapter 2 is not a task. but lots of things might fall under finishing chapter 2. So I like nesting things, but it's also the difference between like I find what's really interesting here is this distinction between, I don't know if you guys think about this, but I think about it all the time. The difference between a directory where you have like these things that live under this versus tags. Like, you can query these the exact same way, but the difference is that this can't have any other parents, but this can have lots of tags. So if I wanted to aggregate these, I could filter them by tag, but I can't filter them by directory. So there's this aspect of like, is this a part of chapter 2? I could place a bunch of tasks like in a directory and say, these are now part of, count how many tasks there are in the chapter 2 directory, how many of them are finished, that's the progress of chapter 2. Or I could tag a bunch of tasks as chapter 2. And then I could query chapter 2 tasks by completeness. So I think actually I think tags are way more robust than directories and parent-child relationships. A better way to describe this would be something like a directed graph with parents and children versus an undirected graph to nodes as tags. So it's really, I just think tags win. I've decided tags win. Tags E.g. chapter. I mean, there would be some things that are inherent properties. Like I could say, well, this scene is a chapter 2 scene, so any tasks inside of it are chapter 2 tasks. But that's not even an accurate slice, I don't think. I think it's possible for there to be tasks. There are scenes that you go into in chapter 5 that you start in chapter 2. And so even in that way, you can't intuit it like that. And then, yeah, estimate is a big one too, which is kind of, I mean, there is like, we could call it like, I think what this is, there's a few things here that are like task identity. So this is like estimate, who it's assigned to, what stage it's at, and this is like metadata. That's like, there's even like there's sort of like a dependency thing, like blocking or blocked by. And that creates an interesting sort of nested, oh, I really like that. You could just do blocked by. I don't think I will create that as the MVP, but I really like the idea. The problem is like it starts getting a bit semantic. Like this would have to be like an ID to some other task. Otherwise it's just like an abstract concept that's not really. This is blocked by, we need to have the story written. Okay, but how do you track that? So, okay. What might also be interesting is what can be stored in an Excel spreadsheet. Thank you. So, I think for now, a lot of this is like, this is absolutely doable. I already have most of it. This is a bit later because nobody is assigned to anything at the moment. But the stage is kind of a good one though. I could do that. What I find happens with this stuff that I am concerned by is this scope revelation thing that happens to me, which is you say, hey, like this is an annotation, right? Like here's a thing, this needs to happen. And here's the description. Da, 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 da. By definition, that being an abstraction is way less defined than what will need to happen. Like as part of this, there's like all of the tasks that go into making that. And so I think my concern is something like, well, what is the process by which, as an inherent property of creating this, do all of these get allowed to be created organically? And I don't think you can ever... One thing that's really bad, I used to use this thing called Choir, which I thought was incredible at the time. Choir is it's literally just task tracking with directories. That's what it is. It's like tasks, and then tasks have child tasks, and then you can put lots of tasks as childs of one task. And you could do all the things that you would otherwise think of doing in project management. And what I found myself doing that was really unhealthy was I would pre-fill a bunch of tasks. I would say, oh, there's going to be this enemy, it's the Hunden. The Hunden has an idol, has a hurt, has a this, has a that. I have to do the animations, have to do the... And I'd fill out this big, grand, directory of future work that I need to do that was not validated. So it's like, why am I writing all this down, assuming that I'll need to do this? And it clogs up the space of, when you have like too much runway in front of you, it sort of doesn't, it's not very useful because you don't know how much of it is certain and how much of it is just like hypothetical. So, not runway, roadmap. So I think it's important for, until this is done at the next stage, it's only at the point where you like graduate it from like, you know, like for me in the story, if I'm storyboarding this into, if I'm going through the development cycle of a piece of content, what that looks like is this. First, it's an annotation. This happens. Then I would put in the basic structure of a cutscene, right? Just dialogue, no animation. Then I would expect there to be, and I do this already, inside of the cutscene, I don't know where that door was. Why can't I click you? Oh, I did click it. Pardon me. This. So, when where is the timeline? I guess there isn't a timeline yet. So, right, like here, okay, maybe if there's animations to do, I would want to create a timeline for this. So I'd want to be able to put an annotation. And this is the really tough thing. Sometimes it's spatial, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's like the annotation should live somewhere on a component on a game object. And I guess game objects are spatial, but like they're not always positioned where they are in the scene. So that becomes a constraint. In this case, this is put where it needs to go. So what do? I put an annotation on this as close as possible to the thing that does the work, where I would say something like add timeline with the animation. And so I guess the question would be then like, am I deleting this annotation? Am I updating it? Am I splitting it, or am I adding detail to it? The title was cutscene. So what's nice about a cutscene is that it's an asset, which means the depth is all going to stay inside of it. Depending on if it's a cutscene that is localized spatially, in which case it usually has a parent game object that just has all the stuff in it. So in this case, all cutscenes could probably have an annotation that, or a task that evolves. It's the distinction between, what we're talking about here is, does this thing that I'm doing right now, as I do it, are these things children of this? Are they steps that are required as part of that? Or do they get orphaned by this such that they're just things that once I've done this task, now I separately have all these other just things that are like just their own task that were just like happened to be dependent on this thing, where like this is done, it's finished, and now I just like have a bunch of stuff I need to write in the, in a scene or put somewhere, and now they're just there. That an example of that would be something like a perfect example would be do the side quests for chapter 2. Do the side quests, or like write the side quests You know, if I like just write a document that contains the summaries of the side quests. Right. That's like a, it's not a task. It can't be done in the engine. So maybe that's not a good example for this kind of thing that I'm trying to solve. I guess I can just feel that, like, what do I do when I'm done with this? Something's going to happen, and what is it that happens? Because it's going to affect how we author it. Like, there is work downstream from this. Where does that work live? Does it live? Is it trackable? Am I going to be able to do like a history stack of like, you did this task, and then from that task was begotten like this task? And it's not that we like delete this, we just like archive it and then attach it, you know, as like a, oh yeah, to do this task we did that, and then like that led to this, or this was dependent on that work, you know, like following the work, doing the audit. What happened? How is it architected? What are we traversing? Well, I understand I'm doing that. I'm not saying that I have to do all that stuff. I'm just saying, like, I've never written Jira before, so I don't know what is involved. I'm just saying, like, if I commit to making these, somewhere down the line, I'm going to have the problem of having hundreds of them. And if I haven't got a solution for how I manage them, I might be missing, they just might be unwieldy, you know, it might just be really too hard to manage. So, hey, documentalist, are we to couple annotations? Yeah, that's true. Well, let's start then from a simple goal. Simple goal is these annotations are Adam's tool for understanding, for walking through the game. Just that first one. That's it. Adam's tool for walking through the game without building everything. Keep that as the mission. Okay, and then, so how much of the schema is necessary for that? Adam's tool for walking through the game. Probably, I would love to put a stage in there. For walking through the game, there is a stage. Estimate, maybe, but I don't know if that's important. Assignment, no. Dependency and block by, probably not. Tags, maybe. It would be fine. It's not going to cause any problems to add them. Description, reference, that's all important. Okay, so we don't need to do inheritance of tasks yet. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Pixel Fireplace. Like, deletion is like, it's like, is that question to me feels really important, and I don't know how important it is to preserve it. Like when I'm working on my own inside of like Figma, I delete them when I'm not working on stuff anymore. I just go, done. Move on. And the task tracking is done kind of in the Git repo, right? Like every commit is the task that I did. So it's probably, I mean, I could just drag them into somewhere that's called done. I don't think anyone's going to scroll back and look through them. I don't think that's a problem. And honestly, if we're being like, if we're thinking about the psychology of what happens when we delete, what it will let us do is more easily define a finish point for the game. Because eventually it stops being about doing what you planned to do and starts being about getting to something that's finished, that you could call finished. Not because you ticked off all the tasks, but because like you accept you can release it at this point. I think the lean way to do this would be to have a different data model that's the project roadmap, and we have milestones. Not that we have like this giant audit of tasks that we've completed and that becomes the progress bar. That we just say like, oh, we're at this point now. And the annotations are not the data that gets used to divine completion status. They're just things in the game that exist that help us understand where we are right now. I think that is better. I'm going to make that decision. Okay, one other problem that I wanted to solve was this one about, we should write that down. I suppose then as a collection of assets, what I'm creating here, at a certain point, I do want to delegate work using this system. As in, I want to know there are this many work in progress cutscenes right now to be done. Like they are, and then they denote work that does need to be done. And I would love to... Ah, man, that is tough. That is tough. Like, do I go as deep as saying, like, this NPC needs this animation? This works great right now for continuity. I suppose the whole point is it's extensible. So let's do the simple stuff first, and we could do another pass for assets if we really need to. We could do multiple passes. We don't have to just commit to one size of work or one collection of work. We could just start with, let's just make the game a space that you can walk through, simulate it, and as we get through the layers of depth, through the strata, then we can say, now we should go through everything and check animations and make decisions on that stuff, where it makes sense to. So maybe tagging for now is worth it, just in case I get inspired and I want to do that. Agree, Chartle. Very, very wise. Very wise. So, okay. Yeah, I'm a little... So what I don't understand is what is like the backing, what is the data structure? I don't think all of these are issues. Are they? Every annotation is an issue? I was asking GPT about this earlier. It said to just use my reference system. My reference system currently, the way it works, you don't want to ship a game that has an annotation in it. Oh yeah, you can. I'll just make it so that they don't, like, they're not existing on a layer that the player can interact with. If they're invisible, it's fine. As long as they don't, like, you could make the game exclude them. You know what I mean? When it builds the scene, for example. Literally use the Git issue for your internal data structure. My only concern there is that, like, when I'm reading and writing, I'm now bound to a server. You know? Like, I have to be online to access the info. I have to do an API call just to traverse my game. That's concerning to me. Well, we have Git for that, right? Are we all agreeing that local is better? You don't need our internet for Git, but you're saying for version control, we already have sync issues, Pillmatic? The only concern is, is there another? Yeah, I talked about like Owlboy as like a similar, but I don't actually know how big that game is. Store it in the game. Yeah, I think store it in the game. I don't think anybody will be... You won't have two separate people editing scenes at the same time. Right. No, but the difference is I can be on a bus and I can be working on something, and then at the end of the day, I can push. But if I'm on a bus and I don't have internet connection, I can't even look at the scene from an offline perspective if we're using issues as the actual data store. You only have to have internet connection when you push. I work on the bus, yeah, sometimes. There's plenty of time where I'm working without an internet connection. Sometimes the internet goes down. You guys don't code on the bus? What's the difference between a bus and a train? It's the same thing. Tray? No, I have my lap. What's wrong with that? You can't work with your laptop in your lap? Dude, Insignia was born in my lap on a bus. What are you using a trackpad for? Just mouse for everything. I mean, keyboard. Anyway, my point is I think it's a little awkward if there's no local. Like, it also doesn't make sense. Hang on. You know why it really doesn't work? Is the internet is not synchronized with my game. If you're working on a branch and I'm working on a branch and the PM changes an annotation somewhere, then the actual text is slipping and sliding. The state of what the game is at and the state of where the project management is at are two separate things at that point. That's true, though. The issue sync could be a script write. So the cache is effectively in the game objects. The cache is effectively the game objects it creates. I guess that could work for offline. Syncing back would be a thing to work out. I just feel like it's already right now. Keeping it in data in scriptable objects is probably the way to go. Like, this is correct. And if I change it and I push the change, then it's correct. You would still have merging problems, but you wouldn't have merging problems unless two people tried to affect the same annotation, which makes no sense. Why would that happen? And in that case, we're really talking about a scriptable object, maybe. I guess we need to figure out what's an asset? Right. Like, what is an asset in this context? Is one asset a scene and its annotations? Is one asset the whole collection of data as just like a big monolith? Like, the database is one file? I have done it that way. The database is one file with a bunch of serializable. It's a single scriptable object that's essentially a big JSON file. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. That's how I already do it. Scene instance collection. This is my version of this thing here. Has all of the like annotations for every scene in the game regarding like where the items are and all that kind of stuff. So we're already doing that. Let's just keep doing it. Like, all these items, they're stored in a single file in like every scene's items. So it's already proven that it works. Oh, hello. Excuse me. No. Okay. Something I need to do here. this, I need to look at the history of this. See a documentalist. There was a sync. Sync causality happened just before unique flags. Fixed. Okay, so the editor does need to synchronize in order to do its job. Hey, Debrisky. How you doing? Okay, let's write that down and commit that. Re-adds synchronization for causality system during on focus. Okay. That seems okay. So I think I can merge this. I think it's no big deal. I can't tell. I guess I have to use it a little bit before I merge it. So I don't know. I need to like I go into a level, I go to causality, I see this stuff here. If I wanted to like add something, I need to think about something to add. Maybe a chest. It's a fun little way to hide one. Okay, I added a flag. Save. Cool. So, did that actually get serialized just now? I guess. I don't know. It's hard to read them. Ah, there it is. Chest. Yeah, that got added. Okay, I trust it. I hope. I think. I don't know. I'm doing my best. All right. I guess I can merge it. Who knows if it's fine. So updates wind tunnel with chest. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back over to development and then merge into development and then push. Okay. So do I need this branch? I don't know. Keep it for now. So where are we at? We're updating the annotations now. So what do I want it to look like? Let's have a think. Okay, so first thing is a text field, date. Okay. Dankeschön. Okay, and then we've got title. And then I don't really speak Deutsch, but you know, I know enough. Task ID, obviously, it's just task ID. And then we don't need a game object reference because that's just here. And then description. And then this, I imagine being kind of like that with like whatever. And then obviously task ID is going to go above here, maybe even be collapsed, maybe even push these down. And then phase. Now, the way I think this should be done is I might add phases later or reduce them or whatever. So the phases are actually just tags, is how I would think about it. So like it could be something like to do, maybe even just right now we don't even need them. Well, I had them earlier. I had them in like the other doc. It was like playable, in-engine, blah, blah, blah. I had like different names for them. So like these could just be in a list somewhere. And then that's how I calculate like what the value of them is, if that's the thing I want to calculate or something like that. So like, like phase. And then it would be like the way that I do it in here. So I would put it like, now the date, maybe it's like created last updated. Maybe just so I know like how old something is. Could even do the version. That wouldn't all live here, but it would be something in as part of the schema, maybe. This is Figma, yeah. So like timestamp or like hey Elzak, welcome. Well, I was considering going to Bit Summit and I can't make it. I'll give you the very quick version, Elzak. I was actually going to run this by you today. So I'm in this process where I have to scope out the rest of the game. And in order to do that, my options are I either literally hook up all of the events and all the quest flags and all of the cutscenes as stubs and run through the game, or I do this thing where I have what I've started doing just incidentally, where I create annotations in the game. So you can literally just like walk up to a thing and it says what will happen there. So it's like an even more abstract stub. It's just like a statement of intent. And I noticed that I felt quite like mentally I was able to sign off with this kind of thing. This is like good enough for me to go, oh yeah, that's what goes there, next. So if I can get through the whole game filling in a bunch of empty scenes with this kind of thing, or at least as much information as necessary plus this to get me over the line to get to the credits, then I can have at least an understanding of like what it is I'm building. And then I was like, well, it'd probably be a good idea to aggregate all of those and quantify them and sort them by task type, at which point we're doing project management. So that's what I'm doing. I mean, currently we do project management literally inside of Figma, and we probably will use Notion instead of this or something like that, maybe even Jira. But there's something about this that's quite useful. Just as a way of going, yes, this cutscene exists. This NPC stands here. Yes, this is what will happen. Because otherwise I was doing this, or I'm maintaining all of these like models of the game that track that kind of stuff, but can go out of sync very quickly. So why maintain models that are outside of the project when you can do something in the project? Maybe, you know, I don't know. That's the idea. I mean, hypothetically, we could take all those annotations and assign them to my storyboard. Like, I actually do have a storyboard here. These could be the annotations. You know? Like, there could be IDs for these that I click to go into the game directly. Maybe not in Figma, but like somewhere there could be a list of these that are in a sequence. You do this, you do this, you do this, you do this. And that's the acceptance criteria for like the story. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, keeping it simple is what we're doing. That's the goal. We had all these extra additional, I don't think we're going to use it as like project management as such. Like, I don't think we're going to have like necessarily the producer coming in and ticking things off in the engine, and I don't think we'll have like team members looking at the to-do lists and being assigned tasks in the engine per se, or at least right now we don't need to decide that. We can keep it simpler for now and see how scalable it becomes. So I think last updated is the most important one of these. Well, I mean, it could go that far, but I'm not trying to force it to do that. You know, is Retrobox a reinvention of Sprite? No, it's just a thing that I built. You need this to fulfill a task you can already model, and the more things you have to sync together, the higher the probability of this getting to be a time sync. Yes. So hello, everybody. There are now 8 or so people talking in chat who all have you're all at different points in the same conversation that we already had 2 hours ago. Can we just keep to one thread? Okay, thank you so much. Thanks, Jen. All right, so title, description, what phase it belongs to, maybe some other other tags, I don't know, call it whatever you want, really. Honestly, you could put as many tags here as you want, and they don't even have to be... I mean, you could categorize them just for the sake of it. Tags. Yeah, it's fine. So this is purely about story flow right now. That's what this is about. It's just a story flow thing. Final question. When we make an annotation, if it's just about story flow, what are the kinds of things that we make in this? Let's create a finite list. So lack of a cutscene. So let's just, I'll write it down. Cutscene that doesn't exist. I'd like some kind of I'd actually really like some kind of flag toggle. I think that's really, really important. Right now, this is fine for this because this isn't critical story path. I can walk straight past this and it's no problem. But there are some things where it's oh, you will learn an ability here. So instead of the crucible and the teleporting and all of that, I just want a lever that you can walk up to in-game, pull the lever, and you unlock the ability. So it's it's not an annotation so much as it is a stub of in-game content. It's a thing that replaces what would be content, that lets you walk through the causality of the game, the continuity of the game, just by walking up to things and interacting with them to go to A to B to C to D. And that affects the game state. So then the question is, backing up a little bit, are these annotations? Or are they stubs? Is a stub a different thing here, that I'm trying to solve for, that's actually not that aligned with project management so much as it is just about... Yeah. It could be that a stub has an annotation plus a flag toggler or something like that. I have this problem with NPCs. Sometimes an NPC is just a thing that walks around in a cutscene and talks, and sometimes an NPC starts the cutscene when you talk to them. And those two things, for the player's perspective, are different. I mean, they're the same thing, but in the engine, they're like completely different objects. They don't even inherit each other. So maybe the annotation, like, is it valuable for me to say this annotation is attached to a lever and you can search that? I don't know. I think just the presence of an annotation is probably enough, just to know that there is one. And maybe we can solve this problem about types of annotations later. It's probably not a big deal. It's more just like prefabs. That's what I'm trying to avoid, is like making prefabs that are related but aren't nested, and then I have some parts of the game where I'm using these I'm already doing that. I already have that problem where some annotations are part of a nested prefab with the renderer. This is an annotation renderer, and then the annotation, which is the text, is a separate game object. So I'm already suffering here a little bit, but that's prototyping, right? So it's okay. So title, it probably doesn't even need a title really, but whatever. Title, description. Status, other tags, last updated. And other tags would be, so cutscene that doesn't exist, flag toggle. So it's like cutscene that doesn't exist, NPC that doesn't exist, even like assets, like background, foreground, enemies, even. Like none of that could exist, and we could put an annotation in front of those things. And maybe there's some sort of like, maybe this is more of like an interface. So like an annotation attached to an enemy stub is those white boxes that I've got that give you the ensigns when you attack them. And so anything that is abstract or gray boxed can have an annotation on it that explains what it is. Even a scene could be one of them. So, or certainly should. I can't read what you're saying right now. Sorry. So yeah, that's a nice heuristic. So anything that isn't representative of what it is in engine, but does mark game, but will exist in the game, should have an annotation. Critical game path. Yeah. So, I mean, there's also like Unity scenes. And that's like have doors and spaces. I mean, you could annotate any of it really. But the doors, I mean, like you wouldn't have a door that doesn't exist. You wouldn't say there's a door here that doesn't exist because the door is, it just creates itself. I mean, like you just make the door and it exists. So, I mean, I think this is really a quest flag thing. Maybe also the enemy thing. Enemies, sure. What did I say before? Crucible? Crucible. Again, it's trip the flag. It's always trip the flag. So this is, I think what we're describing here is really just annotations get attached to things that represent quest flag status. Sorry, annotations can go anywhere, but some of them, annotations can go anywhere, but anytime you have something that changes a quest flag, that needs a thing that you can interact with to do that, and the flag should accompany it as a way to describe what's happening when you pull the lever. Oh, well, that's straightforward. That's fine. So I would do something like, I think what's kind of cool here is the idea of like, you would have like cardboard cutouts, you know. It's an NPC and they just stand there. They're just literally black shapes. And the goal would be that these can get upgraded to be the real assets, hopefully. Maybe they don't have to be upgraded per se, but like you need to be able to replace these cardboard cutouts, these like standees. Yes. Well, this is the thing here. Like with this thing, with this thing, it's like, it's just adjacent. Like there is an actual cutscene here, and this just happens to be next to it, telling me what will happen in the cutscene for real. It's not there yet. But it feels like it should be closer than that. It feels like this should be on the cutscene. I think it's more important though that, yeah, like maybe like pressing E on this does the thing. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. My concern really is things I need quest flags for, really. And you know what? I think there's a lot of power in just having these in the scene attached to boxes. I don't even think it needs to be like, it just needs to be something that lubricates the process so that I'm not stopping to do the anxiety-inducing task of creating timeline assets and sequence players and NPCs and cameras for cutscenes that I don't even know are going to be in the game yet. That's, I think, the big one. Is it's really about, yeah, this is really about story. So let's be real here. Lots of this can be gray boxed efficiently without annotations. However, cutscenes and flag related progress happen to be blockers that annotations can help with. So I should just keep it. I should just keep using it. Yeah, exactly. I agree. It's just like, what's the difference between creating an annotation and creating the cutscene for the annotation? Like, I could put this text that's in the note in a cutscene. The difference is, with this, I literally don't even have to make our cutscene asset at all. Or the flag, but at some point the flag can have to be there. There will have to be a flag. Yeah, it's less friction, exactly. I think like it's fine. There is a bit of a concern about the quest. The thing that kills me is whenever I have a sequence, right? I have to create a flag asset for the sequence. I wish the sequences were their own flag assets. I wish I was smart enough to have done that. Because it means that, like, I could have made it so that I put the flag asset in your save file or something, or its ID, its GUID in the save file, and then that's the equivalent of the thing. Obviously, like, and then I could have used the sequence as the stub, like an empty sequence. I just put it there, and then I just treat it like you've played the sequence. But instead, what I have to do is I have to create a flag asset first. And maybe, GUID sucks because what's great about the quest flags that I have is that I can do this kind of thing with them. It's just I have so many of them, and they're all named, and I don't know which ones are being used. It's just this whole extra thing that I think just makes me anxious. Maybe I have to just deal with it. I think I just have to deal with it. God damn it. But like, as I'm creating this annotation, I will have to create a flag at some point. And that flag is, at this point, gonna have to be an asset. So it's what I do with the chests. Actually, it's not so different. The chests don't make changes. I have this add custom flag button, and it just creates a flag with the name of the chest in the scene that it's called, and it just puts that in the project directory and attaches it to the chest. So I could do that here as well, like create flag. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just have to do that. I'm just scared of like adding all these flags and then not deleting them. Like, let's say I write an annotation, so easy, make a flag for it, great. And then I delete the annotation. You graduate the stub flag into a real thing when you create the cutscene for it. And then you can delete all the stubs later or something. Okay. All right, that's a good idea. So it was, I could probably create a converter. Yeah, I could do that. That could be easy enough. So like create, well, where does that quest flag get, what is this thing that we're talking about? that can create a quest flag that has an annotation attached to it? Is it just called content stub? Does it need a name at all? What is it? It's well, those things are like interactive objects in the game. So quest flag toggle, quest flag stub, let's call it, should have an annotation. Maybe we can create a prefab that is a content stub that allows that contains like that. Is it important? Is it important that the annotation knows that it's part of this thing? I don't know. There's this like metadata story thing that I'm thinking of like, is there like an ID? In a way, the quest flags are the IDs. Whoa, hang on. No, I suppose there's different ideas here. So one data structure is like the story. The quest flags are the story beats. That's what they are. So that's fine because the quest flag is a scriptable object. It has a GUID. It has its own ID. That's fine. Then there is tasks, which is like, have you done this thing? And that might not include anything to do with the quest flag. It could be an asset that gets done in a cutscene. Well, an asset that gets produced for a cutscene that owns that quest flag could be a reasonable thing. I mean, NPCs have dialogue, they have quest flags too. So like, do the quest flags serve as like the anchor for the annotations? But then there would be like, not every annotation has a quest flag associated with it. Like if it's finished the background, this would be a blue sky. This will be nighttime. This will be a beach scene. That doesn't need a flag. That's just a task. So that has its own ID. So then whether or not a task has a quest flag is probably something that we could manage in the metadata as like a tag. That's just like, oh yeah, this is attached to an enemy, so we'll give it the enemy tag. Or this is attached to a cutscene, so we'll give it a cutscene tag. And that can be, the engine can solve that itself while we're using it, while we're editing it. So it would be like just a get component or something like that. Okay. Maybe we would have an interface. Oh, we actually do have this iFlag setter. Whoa, hang on a second. I have iFlag setters and iFlag getters already. Hang on. So the sequence player is one of those already. Like this cutscene is a sequence player. So what I could do is say, if I attach an annotation to anything, maybe there's a feature of an annotation that can fish in and trigger the flag. Like in this case, there's only one flag, but I could display all the flags maybe and let you trigger them one at a time, or... So it's more like a debug that's in the engine. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's keep working. I don't think I need to solve that. It's just weird that, like, I already have all this stuff. I just need a labeling system for it, you know? Okay. So then... Yeah, like what do I do with this one, for example? I have this annotation. I have text area. Does text area have like a property? No, I can't just make it taller. How many lines of text I want? Probably should just get an editor at that point. Oh yeah. Yeah, as you zoom out, it just says the annotation. It probably should say the title of the annotation, not just annotation. There you go. Okay, what else? I also have an annotation clip track in the timeline. I don't know if that's that important. Okay, I need to take a break and then we can start building something if we need to, or we just keep greyboxing. Okay. So, how do we want to do this? Okay. So, the thing that I wanted to do was aggregate annotations. And store them in a meta dictionary that I've got, like the way that I do with my quest flags. That's still valuable to me. That still seems really valuable. But, and Elzak, you're going to love this, I don't think it's super valuable until we can get it inside of scene graph. The second I think that we can start showing metadata that's in a scene on the graph, even as like icons or colors, or I think then we essentially don't need this. This just goes away if I can have like view layers over the project. But until that's the case, I think for now we just populate this stuff with annotations and we move on. I just don't want to have to use this anymore. I just think this kind of sucks. Okay. Does this help me? Did I like solve what I needed today? Did I solve what I needed to get done today? I'm going to pause for a second. No more solutioning. I'm going to a convention tomorrow with Insignia. "47 tile terrains, or are they mostly 16? I realize my tiles are dependent on diagonals. I don't know about that, Ben the Dead. I'm going to the Central Coast Comic Con, which is like I don't think it's an official Comic Con, but it's called that somehow. So it's mostly a community event. It's a small thing, but I need to just check my emails to make sure that like I have the things I need for this thing, since it's literally tomorrow. Just realized I have a lot of emails that I hadn't seen. That's annoying. I may also be going to Queensland Games Festival, for those of you in Queensland. Sorry, pals. Which playtests? For the fighting game? Okay, this is not productive for me to read these emails right now. I'll read them right after the stream and answer them then. It went really well. Yeah, people really liked it. I would be working on it today if I didn't have this showcase tomorrow for Insignia. But yeah, the initial concept, I think, has it was like immediately people understood how to play it and were like competitive or whatever, you know, against each other. It was like they got it really quickly. So there was a little bit of, everyone had that a little bit of like, oh, what direction do I flick in? And then after about like 30 seconds, they were all playing. I do have some footage. Oh, but you mean for tomorrow? Yeah, I can grab that, of course. Okay. So, oh, for Insignia, it's super. It's very. It's a very humble showcase. It's not like a massive one. It's pretty local. Not in my city, but like just out, like the next town, kind of over. The flicky game. I think we will have a charge maybe in there the longer you hold it. And the energy system, there were a few things that came out of it that I was pretty happy with in terms of like forward suggestions for updates that I would make. There were a few things that sort of came out of it that were like, oh, right, yeah, we would have to change this or we have to add this. Like, for example, flicking, the score system was fine. People liked the characters. The screen size, everything was good in terms of characters on screen. People liked how simple it was. There was a lot of pressure to move the UI away from the edges and into the game area. So like if you have stamina, seeing it on your character is really important. And then there was this thing of like, oh, what if I hold my sword in front of me? Does that block? That kind of thing. There were a few cheese tactics, but that was not a big deal. Some of this was pretty obvious, easy stuff, just like adding more hit stop than what's already there, increasing knockback so that people get bounced out of the arena more easily. And then I had the idea of, I think as you're holding it back, it should burn energy to do that, because a lot of players were going up into the sky and then holding the bullet time for too long to stay out of the action. They were just floating in the sky in bullet time. That should cost energy. Make max pulls go beyond the max charge if held, so you can make it go even stronger. If you flick and hold, like if you pull it back and then keep it held back, it should like maybe even go up to double the power over like a second and a half or something. And then reduce stamina to more discrete values rather than, yeah, so people were like, I don't know how much 20% is left, but if I had pips, it's like you have 3 flicks left, because they were doing a lot of air combos. So if you can see you have like 3 flicks left, it's like, okay, that's how many. It's going to be like floating point with discrete things. So it's like 5 chunks. It's still a floating point number, but if you have at least 1 chunk left, then you can do what you need or whatever. Yeah, damage seemed like maybe something that we could just get rid of. Make hurt state last longer. Add directional input during hurt, just so you can like control where you're falling a little bit. Make energy reset progressively. Oh yeah, so right now, as soon as you touch the ground, you get all your energy back. and people were using that to sort of like pound someone into the ground and then touch the ground, pound someone into the air and then go past them and then into the ground again. So there was this like up down infinite combo you could do against somebody. As long as you were touching the ground, you never ran out of stamina. But if I give any kind of increase of if I make that consume energy faster than it recovers it, then that will get nerfed, which is what I want. So you kind of have to like, you should probably get some energy, but not all of it back when you touch down. I was also thinking like, maybe you get a little bit of energy when you hit a wall. So, and then like we could even do some sort of like priority thing where like, if you have been attacked by so much that your energy fills back to the top, maybe you can do a combo breaker. Maybe there's something you can do to like get them off you, you know, if your energy's at full. Yeah. So ideas, lots of ideas. Really, really good stuff. Like it all seems super achievable and is not intimidating. It's like stuff I could do in like a couple of days. So as a game, I think it's got a lot of promise. All right. So my task here, it's to keep going through this and get us not stuck on some of this stuff as much as possible. There's kinds of a few different layers of validation as I'm working on this. One of them is just walking through the levels, and the other is like the layout of the game in terms of the action gameplay content. And that stuff I don't think I can gray box. Like the air vents, I think that's just got to be prototyped. You have to do that. I could just say there will be a dungeon and it will showcase the abilities in that chapter. That's where I'm already there. I'm already at that point. The reason why the dungeon content is dependent on all the rest of the story content has to do with unlocking abilities before the dungeon, which you've already sort of ascertained. So I don't think I can shortcut this. I can do it last, but I can't shortcut it. Well, this is end of chapter 2. What this is. Right now, just to sort of explain. So my job is to, within some amount of time, let's call it 3 months. It's to get to a point where I have like a big chunk of work scoped. And scoped means budget. And budget means like, you know, the amount of tasks, right? Amount of tasks, you know, who will do them, etc. There's like a resourcing thing. And the question is, in this 3 months that I have, how high fidelity can I make this scope? How much can I learn about what the project needs to be in 3 months? Because a script is what I have right now, and the script is not enough. The script is like a shell. It's nothing. It's just like anything could go inside of the script. I could put 30 hours of gameplay in that, or 2 hours, and it just depends on how you want to represent it. Whereas what I want is something that's scoped down to the at least the presentation level, so that I know like this will be a cutscene, this will be a line of dialogue, this will have a timeline associated with it, and the characters will have, you know, custom animations, but this one will just be dialogue back and forth, no custom animations. This will get its own scene with special effects, this will just reuse stuff from, whatever, other parts of the game. That thing is what I need to create, and I only have about 3 months max to do that, to create that. And the whole thing with the annotations and stuff is a question of what level of fidelity is the minimum. So I'm trying to get to, this is credits. I want to get to credits. I could say Insignia is a game. You press start, you play the game, credits. Okay, technically I've encapsulated the whole game in that moment, but it's just not a very good one. It's not a very good encapsulation. So I need to get to a thing where I can walk all the way through the game and get to the credits at a level of encapsulation, a level of detail that's actually valuable. The annotations help with like, let's write it down. So I want to write this down. Annotations help with gray boxing, story content, cutscenes, NPCs. That's okay. Scene templates are fine for blocking in levels. That's good. Can use enemy stubs for enemies. Empty chests for item drops. But I don't think I can. So this is like what can be easily prototyped or gray box. And then like what must be prototyped faithfully. So like dungeon layouts must be prototyped faithfully. Powers must be prototyped faithfully, like abilities. There's no, I can't just say, and there will be an ability here. Or if I do, that's not enough, right? Yeah, only a JN. That's storyboarding, right? So big things are easy to talk about, but they're hard to, the making them is the hard part. So dungeon layouts, abilities, and then like enemies, like actual enemy behaviors, enemy encounters. I can't do these without proper prototyping. Oh, it's not a creativity question. It's not like what? It's more just like I literally need to put it in the game, like right now, for the next 3 months, so that I can then say how long it's going to take. It's not about what, it's about how big is it going to be, how long is it going to take. Which you can't talk about it. You have to just literally put it in the game. It has to be in the engine to have that conversation. I think I don't have the confidence to throw a number out to a publisher without like some sort of representation of the game in existence. The whole game, not just chapter 1 and 2. I just think because the core problem right now is why do we do this? So like why gray box? One, it helps with budgeting, but it also helps establish core context for content that needs to be, actioned. So context right now, not having it sucks. So like when I have an animator who's like, oh, here's a character, where do they, like, let's animate them. And I'm like, here's the idle pose. Now give me all of these. Anytime that I'm just doing like random, it's an idle, it's a walk, it's a breathe, it's a turn head. That's not up to the game standard. And what needs to exist to get it up to that standard is environment mock-ups. It's environment mock-ups. So it's like, hypothetically, here's the bar. It's not good enough to say there's a room. There's a table in the room and this character is leaning against it. Or there's 3 characters in this room and they're arguing. There needs to be a lounge chair so that the one who's the most, important or whatever looks relaxed and comfortable, while the other 2 argue against each other because one of them's the ringleader or whatever. Like some visual context that replaces the storyboard with enough detail that somebody could look at it and understand what needs to go there. It's like an in-world storyboard. So, I mean, even this is great for what it is. But even having this wasn't enough for chapter 2. Like I failed in this last session that we did with the team. I failed at assigning this. I failed. Why isn't this in the game right now as like the content? Like, why can't you walk into this scene and have the story play out the way it's supposed to play out and have the NPCs there the way they're supposed to be there? Why is that not in the game right now? I didn't scope it. It's not in here, so it didn't get made. I failed. I failed because I didn't walk through the chapter before I assigned all the work. I assigned all the work based on like which characters existed in the project folder. I just had like, well, I've got all these characters. I've got the script, I guess. And the script doesn't say, well, this is the real thing. There are like hidden gaps in the script. Like there's like stuff in here that doesn't describe certain things. And until you're looking at it and walking around in the game as a player empathy, that's what this is about. Helps establish player empathy, right? And walking through the game is playing the game to some extent. If you're just looking at a script, you go, oh yeah, that looks good. That doesn't mean that it's going to be fun to play or walk through, or that, if something needs to be there. Sometimes you just can't see like the 2 things, whether they're going to connect or not, until you build them, to some extent. So there's like a sanity check. Right? It's like the sanity check of like, I have things that in my head I've like, for example, here's an example. I've said to you guys many times over the years that I have the full script written in my head, and I do, but there's like a plot hole in that script. And the plot hole is like, I can imagine whether the plot hole will make a big difference or not. But like, until I'm playing it, I think it could be that the plot hole is not obvious at all, or is actually really obvious. So like, and also like, what does it cost? What is it going to cost to show this thing the way I want to show it? Like, oh, there's a scene where the villains all appear here and this happens and it's a really cinematic moment. It's like, is that just a cutscene that we just, you know, have the thing and we move it and the camera does this and VFX, whatever, happy, we're done? Or like, does this need to be a separate scene from the place where you are just before that happens? And is this actually going to take a while? Like the end of chapter 2 has the same problem. Like, I had scoped out this scene. It's like Armin and Ilya meet in Marion's bedroom. But this is actually Lena. So where is Marion? She's not even in the game right now. Just that, even that moment of like, oh yeah, I just didn't realize I hadn't drawn the character yet. And then they parasail off of the giant tree down into the city. It's like, okay, but what does the scene look like where they parasail off the tree? Like, what is that? Is that gameplay? What is that? That's why we graybox. That's why I have to graybox it. It's not even about whether I think it should be in the game or not. It's just like, what is that? Yeah, is it a mini game? Do you like glide down and you see the city below you? Do I have to draw a background as an asset of a city with the lights in the dark, you know, all the little inside the houses, little flickering lights in the distance? And then like, where do you land? Do you land out the front of the city at nighttime? Do you land on top of a house like this? Do you then have to run through the city at night? It's just like stuff like that. It's not important if it was a movie, right? You would just go like, and then they land. But in a game, it's like, well, you have to play the game. So some things you can just literally just go edit out and it's gone. I mean, I could even edit it out here. I could do like, they jump out the window. I could roll the credits on chapter 2 and just push you into chapter 3. You know, like it's that stuff that's, I think it's important that I mentally walk through the game first, beat by beat, moment by moment, just checking all of that stuff. So, yeah. Then at least I can say what doesn't go into the game and what does. Right now, everything is in this weird plausible deniability space where it's like, yeah, it could be. Yeah. Everything could be in the game. All right, so hello, how you doing? How are you feeling? You hungry? If you want to go out, yeah, you could do it. Do you want to do the steak and sweet potato situation? Yeah, you happy with that? Okay. I trust you. Whatever you want to grab, vegetable-wise.
As long as it's steak and sweet potato.
Well, then there's usually a third one in there, right? There's like a third ingredient. Like an onion and a broccolini or a zucchini is good. Those are good.
Alright, I know it.
Or you could put capsicum. I don't know. You could do all sorts of things. And I'm saying that I trust you to figure it out. I love you. It doesn't matter. I was just saying you could choose the third thing.
You're crazy.
I know. I suck at sounding. I sound like a monster on stream. When I talk to you, I sound, for whatever reason, I just feel like I don't sound like a nice person.
No, I just made fun of the way you said, I trust you. It's like, it's only a very specific set of things I can get.
No, you can literally get anything. I don't care.
Okay.
As long as it's zucchini. No, you really can. Doesn't matter. You know what I mean.
Okay, fine.
All right. So yeah, I guess I have to do this because I can do this. Courgette. We don't say that in Australia. Yeah, I mean character, silhouettes. I've already done all of that, right? Environment, backgrounds, mini games, accessories. Side quests. Actually, to an extent. Maybe not. I don't know. All right. Yeah, side quests can be. Anyway, I just want to do some work. I'm sort of getting a bit anxious here. I guess the thing is, like, yeah, last stream, I was stuck on this, and I've been, like, I'll tell you an example of a thing, okay? For those of you who weren't here last stream. Last stream, I was like, oh, right, here's the Chapter 2 dungeon. I started work on that, I don't know how long ago, in 2019, and I've had a targeting system in the game forever. One sec. I've had a targeting system in the game forever, but like, I don't think it's compatible with where I'm heading with the game. So how does this ability work? If I want to be able to interact with all these things in the game, I need for the ability to work, which means I need for the targeting system to work. So I need to stop everything and make this targeting system work. And it works, and I'm happy with it. But like, that access of the game, I can't just gray box. I can't just say, oh yeah, there'll be an ability here, and that's it. Because I can't do level design if I don't know how it works. So there are some things that, like, genuinely you just can't, there's just no way around it. You have to do them. And I think I'm scared of that stuff. I'm really scared of it. I don't know how long it's going to take to do this dungeon. I don't even know how many rooms the dungeon needs to be. I could sit here for 2 weeks and do it. I could sit here for a day maybe and do it. But the problem is that it's all very dependent on abilities, the dungeon stuff. Because the point of the dungeon is to test your abilities. So if I can't gray box the abilities without doing them, then I can't prototype the dungeons without doing them, because the abilities dictate the dungeons. So it's really like abilities come first, then dungeon layouts. Well, and enemy encounters are part of that. So it's like these three are really tightly bound, very hard to just chuck them in the game. And especially enemies without animations are also very hard to prototype. So the story and the gameplay are almost like on separate rails. They're on separate axes going in different directions. But I still want to be able to walk through the dungeon. I just can't like if I gave myself permission today to just sit here and sort through the dungeon until I was done, I guess what I would do is unlock this ability, unlock this ability, and then I would go and prototype off in a different scene all kinds of fun things I could do with those abilities, and then I would design the dungeon inside of with those as a central chamber, with those as the satellites. So I can do that. Yeah, it's just like what I just described. That thing of like, well, why not just have a central chamber with 4 scenes either side? That's an assumption that even I don't know. I guess I'm not engaging in that design exercise right now. And I don't know why I'm not doing it, but I'm not doing it. Like even just the other day, we like came up with, just like off the cuff, came up with this like thing with these like child heron, right? It's like, oh, the baby deer, and you have to save them or something. Maybe that's what you do. And it's like, that never existed in the game before I said that. I mean, there were always going to be children, but the idea of like the dungeon being something where you have to save them, there's like story being created to fill the need for the dungeon to work a certain way. But it's not scope creep, because like the dungeon is a puzzle. The puzzle requires you to go to every room so that you can't just run through it. So I need for you to be able to go A to B to C to D. And therefore, what do you have to go there for, right? That stuff, it's not scope creep. It's like, you have to do, it's like, I already made this decision and I already made this decision, but now I have to make this decision to support those two together, to hold them together. Because in isolation, in the plot of the story, Armin goes through the dungeon. That's not enough to support the gameplay, even if it's fine for the story. And the gameplay, just making a bunch of rooms, isn't enough to define the dungeon without a story holding it together. So it's like they both need glue to glue them together. And like 20% of both of them is the glue. Like 20% of how the game, well, to some extent, and this is, I guess, a design principle that we've come back to a few times about the world design of like, when you break things apart into different scenes, then they're less dependent on each other. So if I treat the dungeon like it's a hub with 4 puzzles in it, then it's fine. A hub with 4 puzzles, no problem. Because then I can just put question marks in each of the puzzles, and then the hub is just the hub. So yeah, I could gray box that. Oh God, even just that, like what I just said out loud, is a decision that I like hadn't, like, I need to make that decision like out loud to give myself permission to start editing it. Because otherwise, like, how do I tell myself what content to make? There's too much stuff to just wing it. You have to know what you're doing before you do it. All right, so I feel like Let's do it this way. I feel like a Zelda dungeon is a bit different from this. Like a proper Zelda dungeon. Like that's Farron Woods in Twilight Princess. And the way that they do it is... Actually, I think this is flipped in the Wii version. That's more close to what I remember, I think. But anyway. There are, like, this central chamber... I think is... What's interesting about it is that you come back through it. There's like backtracking inside of the dungeon. And then there's like another one later. There's actually two like central chambers. And there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 scenes in it. So... I mean, I don't know how deep I want to take this in terms of thinking about whether, you know, this is the dungeon or actually the dungeon starts higher up, like even back here. I think the thing that makes something a dungeon is like walking through the threshold, and it's from that point on. I really like the idea of this being a pathway that you fall through and then come back to. This actually a long time ago. Oh gosh, I have so many of these here. Oh man. Some of these are like so old, some of these ideas. I need to find them again. They're like... Yeah, not that. Although these are gorgeous. Not that. No. Oh God, I'm never going to find this thing. It might never have even been an asset in the game. I might have to just scroll to like 2019 and just see what I can see in the .ace files. All right. What the hell is Ranger Hero Draft? This is 2019, but it's still chapter 1. I remember that. I think it's around here. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I just wake up and I'm like, I don't know what I need to do today. But I've just got stuff in my head that needs to come out of my head. And then eventually I find what I'm trying to do. This is all too recent. Oh, maybe it's this. Oh, no, it's not that. It's not that. Ah, but it was around this time. And that's 2020. It's not that. I know. I'm not. I'm okay. I'm okay. I just really want to find this goddamn file. That's it there. Got it. Holy shit. That took ages. How old is that file? 2021. Okay. Only 5 years ago. So it's really old. It's not super important even. It's just it is what it is. I guess I need some sort of like permanent progression mechanism for this, for like it's like the central thing that changes how you can navigate through it. And I don't really have one right now. I mean, you can have I was thinking about well, you unlock the ability here, and then you use the ability to shift the level around. But there's like things you can do with ensigns inside of one level, and then there's like inside of a dungeon, like the permanent state change. You know, it's like, oh, now you've moved this pillar Or like this, you've raised the water level in the water dungeon, and now you can swim underneath parts and stuff like that. It's that level of thing that I think this needs. And I have an idea. I think I know what I want to do here. So it's something like water, acid is flow. You know, like have you guys played like Breath of the Wild? How this like the elephant, there's a point where you're like manipulating the elephant. It is a backtrack thing. Well, there's like a puzzle aspect of it that you're trying to solve, which any puzzle, if it's too linear, it stops being a puzzle. You just do things in the order that you see them and then you're done. You can't do that. So the idea of backtracking is important because it's like, oh, I see this thing. I don't know if I can use this yet. I guess I'll leave it for now. And then later you do something and you go, oh, now I need to use that thing. That's what I want players to feel. And then they have to go back to that thing and do that. And now we can go. It's like you have to do B before A and then C. I think players just walking into a room that you can't do much yet in is a feeling that's very, it's about tension. There's no tension if you don't have that, because you're forced to remember things that you don't know how useful they're going to be. And so in a puzzle context, having to remember, that is where the tension comes from. And that's a good kind of tension. So maybe there's something you have to do where you're generally trying to raise the water level down, but then the second last thing you do, you have to raise it up a little bit first, and then you can pull it all the way down. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even that is like better than... Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Yeah, like this isn't scope creep. This is just fleshing out what it is. But like so much of the game has been that. It's like, no, you just haven't determined what it is yet. You just said this would be this, and you didn't fill it in yet. It's like a coloring in book that's just like you've drawn the line art, but you haven't colored it in. Okay. So there should be something. Oh, I like the idea of like a hole. And then like a wall. and then an object blocking the hole that you move. So maybe the idea of like, you shift this down, the water flows into it. The water would have to be here. So would it be the other way maybe? Shift it up, the water flows in. There would have to be something like here already. Or it could be a matter of like floating things. So like you put things down into the water goes up. I could see there being some sort of like, or even like block a fountain. So this is actually okay. Interesting. All right, I gotta go, pals. But this is a good start. Just approaching the design exercise is important to me. I'm glad I just got this far even. So annotation wise, I mean, even this can be annotated. Once I know what I'm doing with this stuff, I could like create a bunch of levers in one central chamber and then make the thing go up and down based on that, you know? We could prototype it out. Oh god. Game dev's hard, man. It's so hard. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Jackie Codes, Dev Girl. We've raided them both recently. Triple jump. Thanks, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I will be back next week. I'll see you Monday. Okay, that's the stream. If you're interested in supporting what I do, please wishlist Insignia on Steam. I'd really appreciate it. And you can also obviously subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't. Check out our merch. Plenty of things to do. We've also got a Patreon page if you want to support me there. Thanks, everybody. I had a great time. Hope you did too. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.